Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
Hello, chat. Hi. Good afternoon. Happy Friday. Meeting Bailey. I felt like calling him Uncle Bailey once. I didn't do it though. Part of me wanted to do it. Oh, what up, Spanner? Hello, 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 hello. Oh man, yeah. Brown Santa. True. True. What up, Corey?
It's all about humanity.
Yeah, I was actually getting ready to go to bed. I had messaged Z. I was like, "Yo, can you TP back to the lighthouse?" I was just gonna log off there for the night, and
It's all about humanity.
I noticed that Sean's car is there. As I'm kind of walking around the side of the building, I was like, "Oh, all right, well." Okay, TJ's not like in a great state of mind after everything that just kind of he learned from the Alice side to it, about kind of this guy being back and the whole hound comment and everything else. Like TJ's not in a good state of mind with this, right? He's just not. He's kind of defeated at this point. Just because of hearing kind of the news of this guy, and it's like, all right, you're not taking on one, but you're taking on two at this point, and kind of trying to get some sort of traction on shit. And you're like, fuck, man. Like, what else? When it rains, it pours type of style. So he's not in a great state of mind as he goes back. He sees Sean, and there's like no room for anything at this point, right? He's just gonna call out bullshit as much as he can, right? Or just get to the point. That's it. It's not like, if it's bullshit, it's bullshit. If it's not bullshit, it's not bullshit. But he just wants to get to the point. He was not good after the Alice side to it. Someone that typically hasn't shown emotion, I think that you're starting to see a little bit more of that come out of him. Part of that is reason for first off doing losing the Ed side to it, but the whole Edgar Sonia J made him realize that he can't just sit idly, and that he can't wait for history to repeat itself. So he's getting the emotion, which was a lot for me to do yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, off of little sleep and a lot of work. And so trying to, I mean, I kind of do it like method based. So trying to think of, and get into like a sad, frustrated state of mind, to just get angry then sad was a lot. So it took like everything I had to go through a lot of those different scenarios. Sean was very determined to talk to CJ, and he broke his heart. There's his sleep. I know. Yo, what up, Shara? How are you? Yeah. He messaged me like at 12:50. He's like, "Yo, you still like around?" I was like, "Nah, I'm still talking to this guy. I'm probably gonna go to bed." Well, I didn't say I was gonna go to bed, and I kind of felt bad afterwards because I didn't realize that he was waiting on me, and I was just so tired. I couldn't process anything. I was like, "Fuck, I need to go to bed." Yeah. Spanner, thank you for giving us a sub to Ruzel. Thank you, appreciate that. And Angel's Kiss, thank you for the resub as well, appreciate that. So yeah, we came back and it was just such a what the fuck moment. Spanner with another good to the Corey, thank you, appreciate that. Make sure you thank Spanner. Super kind of you. So yeah, sees him, calls it out, and says, "Hey, are you basically his hound?" Like that's flat out. That's legitimately the most straightforward thing I can say to him. Zero cryptic bullshit. Like, I'm getting straight to the fucking point. Alright? Like, he's not happy to hear it. And especially as Sean being like one of TJ's connection side to it, that hurt even more for him. So he's like, no, we're just getting straight to it. Right? So I was not recording at that time because once again I had just stopped stream, just got TP'd back, see him, and then probably 30 seconds later he shows up. So yeah, I was not in, I'm going to continue RP mode, and then we ended up doing it for another hour and 12 minutes. So sorry, I apologize for ending stream because I was actually going to end stream. And I did, and I was going to end RP. I was just waiting for the TP, and I was like, all right, well, I guess the least I can do is record it. So it is located over on YouTube. I think a lot of you probably saw it already, but what I'm going to do here is I'm gonna let this play from start to finish. I'm not gonna interrupt it, and then I'll dissect it afterwards. So what's going to happen for the next hour and 12 minutes is you're going to get this VOD straight through the entire time. If you already watched it, that's fine. Use chat as a place to talk about things if you want to. And then I'll address them if you want to afterwards as well. Keep your questions. Talk about it amongst yourselves if you want to. But I'm going to let this play basically for an hour and 12 minutes. Sorry if some of you have seen it. If you want to consider dipping for a bit, that's up to you too. It doesn't matter to me. But that's what I'm going to do. All right. So, yeah. SSA Juanito, thank you for the resub, the prime resub. Thank you. Primers and Jack, Mr. Mark. Spanner, thank you for another gift of sub to Ellie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. You literally had just finished watching it. All right. Well, maybe you can use the time if you had questions with it. Maybe someone in chat also had questions with it as well. And maybe your questions form new questions. And maybe those questions formulate new questions on top of it and start linking shit together. Because I'm going to tell you, this is a really fucking heady conversation to have on no sleep. Legitimately. It is not the easiest conversation to have because it gets into shit that is just not typical. And props to Connor for being able to fold all this together and you're like, holy. So, yeah. Just go ahead and get it started. And what I'm going to do, I'm probably going to just play it. Do I put the background music on top of it? Should I do that? I didn't put background music. I didn't realize until afterwards. I probably should have. But I didn't. You know? I didn't. And I'm going to change that.
Hey, what's going on? Let's
Oh.
get back in.
No. DJX, not you, buddy. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it again. I don't know if I'm going to find it again. All right. Well, fuck it. We just do it live. Partway through, yeah, because I realized I was recording it. All right, fuck it. No, actually, we do it. We do it. We do it. We do it. Is there like a previously played list on Spotify? Is there a thing for that? Tense music. Thanks, Brian. I'm sorry, chat. I should have had this beforehand. You can hate me later. It's fine. The talk with CJ and then Noxie's firebomb. I kind of talked a little bit about that the other day. I guess as I'm finding this, I can talk to you a little bit more. So TJ is basically all but giving up on CJ at this point. He tried. But at some point, I think she just needs to learn the lesson. It needs to be taught it the hard way before he really engages with it. Until then, he can try to negate as much as he can, in a way, sort of her doings with it. But at the same time, he will absolutely lay into her. There's no qualms about holding back. Like, if you're doing that, you're ruining other people's lives, and he views it as that. And it's giving the other one, Norman, more ammunition, more power, more ability to do different shit with it. And so TJ's obviously miffed about it and wants that to stop. But he's not going to do anything physical. He's not going to like, oh, yeah, let me kill her. Like, that's just not how he operates with it. But realistically, if alive TJ was his thing, he absolutely would kill her. So he goes into scalding her, right? And once again, background, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, is that he asked if he basically should come on Noxie, and said TJ a fire, was like, yeah, absolutely, do it. Like it could be a cool kind of transition to it. And then I started thinking about afterwards too, like Noxie's probably pretty pissed at TJ for saying some of those things, but at the same time, like I'm slightly kind of confused at times about balance, right? Because it's supposed to be a balance between two of them. One shouldn't want it more than the other, and so realistically, if you have the white and the blackbirds, they should be equal, right? And so, does Noxie technically like Norman? Probably yes, but I think Noxie also is getting. Is that like a power hungry move with that? I don't know, right? Because are the birds supposed to be a true 50-50 or can they be swayed? And you kind of think of it from a hope side to it. All we've done is talk. There hasn't been anything that has been actionable really, other than the conversations and the talks. And so the first kind of steps to being actionable was the Alice and Winston sides to it, but it's not violent, right? We're not fighting violence with violence. It's just kind of words and looking out and trying to dissuade others from doing things. So it becomes like this back and forth. I just don't know if it's true 50-50 at that point. So I wasn't sure how to take like the Noxie firebombing, like just disappear. So we just went with it. So what up, Katie? With 2 E's. Pass. I'm behind some of the lore. What's the deal with the birds and their connection to TJ? So the birds basically represent a yin and yang, right? So the reality of it is that they're supposed to be, and this is my understanding of it, a true kind of 50-50. They're supposed to be equals. One is more like the life side to it, more is the death side to it, kind of the hope and despair. As one grows, the other one should grow equally. TJ's worked primarily with the hope side to try to bring hope back. Noxie primarily on the despair side, with Norman, aka Death, on top of it. And then we get kind of this drop of information, just like a bombshell from Pestilence, which is, I guess we can't refer to it as Isaac anymore. Like, it just doesn't exist. And I have a few thoughts about things afterwards. But yeah. Let's see. You want me to go up there and speak with you? Oh, so how this starts, he gets out of the car. TJ notices that he goes on top of the balcony. He tells him to get out of his seat. And he goes, yeah, how long do you think I've actually sat in the seat before? Right? So he's making allusions basically. Yeah, you think you own it, but I've been here way longer than you have, type of thing. So he's like, yeah, come have a conversation. So that's how it starts. And you see the me, which is TJ looks like he's contemplating. You want me to go up there and speak with you? By the way, once again, TJ's not in a great state of mind learning all this Alice side to it. He has a very opinionated history of him at this point as well. Can you hear this okay, chat? It should get louder. He was away. Give it a sec. The apologies. I tried to get kind of a camera angle with this, and it's hard to get it just because this pole behind me is fucking me.
Here, it seems.
No. To your previous point. He didn't tell me about you. A very good friend of mine did. Someone that loved what you were before you are now. You want to take a guess?
I'm sure I don't have to.
Olivia. Olivia Copper. Told me all about you. Depends which one I'm speaking to. Which one is it? The doctor or it?
Oh, then I understand you haven't talked with Norman Bones then, have you?
You and I exactly aren't on great speaking terms.
Neither am I. You see, how much do you know of what once was?
Pandora? Olivia? The doctor said did no harm. Norman's little brother.
Poor little Isaac.
Oh, that's just that. Oh, it.
Tell me. Speak the name again. Her name.
Pandora.
The other.
Olivia Copper.
Then I am correct.
Would you like to clarify what you're right about?
I'm sure you're not so mortal mind can't comprehend the systematic constructs that are at play.
Then help me understand it.
I don't know if I should. Be honest with me. When you see me sitting here, when you hear me talking with you, what is your impression?
Your impression goes back to the person I cared about not being able to say your name.
My name or his name?
Both. Pestilence. Is that better?
You see, Isaac was merely a puppet, mortal coil, awaiting whatever action I desired. Doesn't mean he wasn't mortal. Doesn't mean he didn't have his weaknesses. You're familiar with my role in everything. Hmm?
No. Just when I think I have an idea, I don't.
And what is your idea?
That's not just going to be used against me.
Little one, there is an infinite cosmos of things that could be used against you. I have no further interest in Miss Olivia Copper.
Tell me. Why in something so absolute? Black and white. Binary. Life. Death.
Oh, but it is the journey in between. If you look at things as either alive or dead, then you are only seeing a small, bleak perception of life. After all, you are dead but not past.
Why do you think that is? I'm curious. 'Cause I can tell you why. I want to know your thought as to why.
Your curiosity as to why you haven't passed. How human of you.
Small portion of the cosmos of a reason that I'm still here. Ironic.
From my understanding, there are many forces at play.
The reason I am here is because he exists with it. Give me a spell out more than that. This all stems from him, Norman. Is why I am here. My mission is not just that, but that is the why and the how. Is that better for you?
Almost sounds as if you're driven by anger.
Oh, more than just that. Let's see. Pestilence. How do you talk to the living if they don't know I'm here?
I don't change.
You put on a show. I want to see
You
the
think of
real
me
you.
like Norman, do you? Unlike Norman, I don't have another. I don't have a shackle around my existence. I may embody a familiar face, but that was a sacrifice that Olivia made. Did she tell you what happened that day?
No.
Let me paint you a picture. Isaac had been suffering with a very severe injury, which led to his retirement. He had been attacked, mortally wounded, loss of feeling in his arms. For a doctor, that is career suicide.
You can play this game.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to trespass. I didn't know anybody lived here. That's my fault.
That is fine. You're visiting. We
I
get
am.
plenty of visitors.
This place is pretty popular.
Surprising, considering the long distance you have to take to get here from the city.
Yeah, I think it's a reflection point for some people, you know? A place to ease their mind. I think if people are in dire need of something like that, they'll drive pretty far for it.
Oh, I agree. There are plenty of locations. Some like to climb mountains, others sit by the sea.
Yep, that's true. Look, sorry again for trespassing. I'll leave you alone, all right?
You're not trespassing at all.
What's your name?
Dr. Smith.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Smith. I'm Brandon.
A pleasure.
My friends call me Valentino, all right? You can call me Valentino.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
All right, I'm going to go back over to the cliff and reflect a little bit, if you don't mind, if I'm not intruding on anything.
Do watch your step.
I'll do my best, all right?
With the fog, you may be worse for wear.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Good thing there's water down there. Maybe I'll get lucky, right?
Well, do stay safe.
You as well. Thank you, sir.
I'll be watching.
Normally, I would say that's creepy, but I'm kind of used to it at this point. Thank you for watching me.
A good doctor still uses his own name.
That wasn't his name.
But you used it.
That was an incredible, foolish illusion I crafted for him. Olivia didn't tell you that, did she? Isaac Smith only retained his first name. You said it yourself. The brother of Norman Owens.
What did she do?
What didn't she do? The day Isaac was going to have surgery that potentially help his ailments,
You did tell me this.
she was there.
He debated killing you.
She had to, and she didn't.
She couldn't. She talked to me before. She couldn't. She debated it for so long. Always said you were like two people. It's so long ago. Memory isn't what like it used to be. Mentioned that surgery. He was torn about it. And Isaac died. All right.
I grew tired of the games. I saw an opportunity. If she wouldn't kill him, no one else was going to kill him. I made the decision to cut him off. And do you know what that did?
You're here. Using him as you. Tell me what would have happened if she did.
Oh, I can't reveal that. Just because it didn't happen then doesn't mean it won't in the future. It may not be Olivia. It may not even be Isaac. We all have a role to play.
And what's your role?
You're familiar with the ancient texts of what someone referred to us earlier, the horsemen.
Tell me.
Long, long time ago. And don't worry, I'm not going all the way back to the beginning of time. I'm merely raising your awareness. You see, you're familiar with A Gentleman by Richard Dark. Hmm?
I thought you were going to say Fritz for a second. Yes, I know Richard Dark.
When I arrived, there was a crying, an orchestra, symphony of the angels.
I think you and I have different versions of angels.
I'm not talking about the ones that look like picture perfect idols with wings as white as snow. No. True angels. Angels that your mortal mind cannot comprehend. They rang out, and with the call of the horns, well, our responsibilities began to come into effect. You know what happens when all four horsemen ride, don't you?
The book of Revelation was written. Yeah. Men are conquered and subjugated. Famine strikes the land, starvation, hunger, sickness, illness, and eventually leading to death. War breaks out amongst them all. See, there's always a question as to who the third and the fourth typically are. Almost always certain war and death. Some call it famine, some call it conquest, and some call it pestilence. Which one is it?
A matter of perspective. I am not as self-centered as the other. Death took responsibility for the end. I merely exist. And have existed since the day humanity was born.
And why do you exist? To take people to him? The journey?
Quite the opposite. Tell me, have you ever felt pain?
Have I ever felt pain? Physical, emotional, spiritual? Name them.
Then you know why I exist. That's what makes you feel alive. Without it, you'd feel numb, nothingness, pointless, purposeless.
No. Mm-mm.
When Adam and Eve were kicked out of the garden, they had a perfect life, and yet they decided to go against the will of the Almighty. They were cast out into the cold, with barely a flame to help them. They finally felt what it was like to be alive. If humanity was protected and sheltered for their entire existence, then there would be no point, no lessons, no books, no...
You're saying that humanity exists to be tormented to a point where they have to feel the negativity of everything else that surrounds them. I don't believe that.
A harsh reality, I'm afraid. This world, this life, existence, whatever you want to call it, was not made to be kind.
So we're all just toys.
Every single one of you has been a toy at one point. Not mine, not Death's, not any of the lessers. The Almighty's favorite toys. And whose responsibility was it to keep you all going? Hmm?
We're just toys too.
I'm here, you are here, everyone is here for some grand scheme. My arrival, your appearance, I guess you could say it was by design. Fate. Destiny.
I told you the reason I was here. Is yours the same? I'm guessing you're not here because I am.
The threads of fate do not attach me to you in the way that you may think.
My threads were mixed with you from the beginning. You said it yourself. You exist because of that. We...
Because of you.
No, not because of me. But to be toyed by everybody else with your purpose. You're tied to everyone. Not just me.
That is a rather broad way of looking at things.
You're here because of him. folks. We're here because every time I said Isaac's name or anybody else, he'd shut it down. But you asked him if he wanted to speak about Isaac. And he'd say yes. When you did, he wouldn't say anything else. Condemn them, even, because of what you are. Your own existence, and that's why you're here. Am I wrong?
It is so interesting to see the theories your kind comes up with.
It enlightened me. Tell me I'm wrong. Give me something else to believe in then.
Do you believe in a power beyond death?
Any. Not just one. I believe hope and Noxie exist. Am I wrong on that one too?
They exist, but nothing dies like hope.
False.
I cherish that.
Hope can never die.
Again,
It is a thought. It is an idea.
and if you were to rewind the clock several eons, hope was merely an illusion. Just like free will. All of these cycles, as humanity learns, grows, approaches the brink of self-destruction and adapts. There's always something. The next thing. Hope, one eon. Free will, the next.
They're the same.
It doesn't matter in the end. When all is said and done, when this cosmic dance reaches the crescendo, nothing will stop it.
So why try? Why try and kill hope?
I'm not trying to kill hope. There is one I would love to see pass.
Who?
You already know that.
I just want to hear you say it. Tell me. I'm done playing games. Just tell me.
favorite infection of existence, I swear.
Say the name.
If I need to paint it clear as the rain on a winter storm, Norman Bones. He is a contagion that has infected my equal. You may not like him, others may not like him. But I have seen so much. We have a responsibility. We shouldn't deal in mankind's affections and attachments.
And why do you? Why have you?
You thought I had interfered with Isaac and Olivia.
Not just them. And you know that.
Let me echo what you said moments ago. Spell it out for me.
You exist because people need to be taught lessons. But why, then? Why? None of it makes sense.
Again, that is an unfortunate byproduct of your humanity, made by design. You're not supposed to understand these circumstances, these ongoings of the cosmos.
So while you're here, you just brand people.
Brand people.
No.
Who do you take me for?
No. You give them the actual satisfaction of having to deal with you in person, then. Sounds to me like before is behind the scenes. Everything just happened and you were the cause of it. But now you're here. People can put a face to a name. Gives them someone to fear.
Reasons. But whilst I have been here, I have helped more than you may know.
What's your version of help?
A man came here, seeking a conversation with Norman. Feared he was going to die. I turned him the other way, pointed him to a direction to get help.
You?
I treated the man for his ailment. Because whilst Isaac was a great doctor, a lot of that knowledge was bestowed by me. Before Isaac stepped into the lab, hematologists worldwide were suffering, struggling to find ways to assist those that were deathly sick. And here comes Isaac.
Black Plague.
Do you believe the world can just handle endless amounts of mankind?
You know,
The world is reaching close to passing 10 billion souls. Can you understand the strain that casts on the world? Physical, spiritual.
is the world a being? Do they feel just like one of us?
Everything feels. The wood on this porch was taken from a tree that felt.
And must the tree be taught a lesson as well?
You're looking at things rather black and white. Lessons don't have to be negative. One cannot apply to the other.
I guess it's no secret at this point. You being here. As you said, was to kill Norman. Someone that I had to deal with. He didn't fulfill that. He broke our deal. I see others he has deals with bring naive people. Just offer them up. I don't think we're supposed to be toyed with like that. But hearing you say that, I don't know what to believe.
I do not deal like he deals. I simply help. No cost, no fee. The act of taking a deal is rather human. Try taking a deal with death. May not go the way you expected.
Which sort of one?
That would have to be a conversation between you and him.
Norman has become a parasite to it, him, whatever you want to call it. I can't let deals exist. Not anymore.
I'd agree with you on that.
I can't
Why do
watch.
you think I nudged that gentleman away?
You know why he's here? Because his friend is sitting next to Isaac's skeleton in purgatory. That's why he's here. I stood there with him. Both of them. Isaac and Edgar. Down there. Norman wanted nothing to do with the name Isaac and kicked me out. Why? What about you? Frustrates him.
I think you already know the answer to that.
Because you don't want him and Norman together.
The reason I frustrate Norman is because I am the one that killed his little brother. His humanity is His Achilles heel. Hmm.
Yeah. I noticed. About a month ago. I went down there. I saw the ring. Isaac's ring. Wasn't there when I went there last time. It keeps that ring as a reminder of you.
Not a reminder of me.
I think both. You killing his brother? And who his brother was. So how do I remove him?
You want him gone.
Want. No. Want is the wrong word.
A selfish
Easy.
desire to have him gone. The reasons you may present are minute in comparison. I say you want him gone. I
Need.
not just me.
Want is too soft of a word for that. Need is absolute. It's not just me. That's selfish, as you say. The world. Or as you put it, the cosmos.
Everything.
Now, how do we do it?
You think I would tell you how to do such? Just on a whim? No. You've barely peeked behind the curtain. Why? Why should I tell you?
So am I to believe what he's written down is false? A way for someone to remove him. Why? Should you tell me? I think I already have the answer to it, but I want to hear it from you. Because realistically, at any point, if he removes everybody, as he cites, will he be satisfied? And that's not death. That is Norman. Death doesn't exist to serve him.
Consider me death. Death. Doctor. Yes.
You're going to cure him.
I will remove this sickness. The contagion.
You're going to help him.
Not Norman.
Death.
Restore. There is a balance to everything. So much greater than us.
Hope and despair. Black and white. Yin and yang.
Why do you think I helped that man earlier? Cured him of his ailment.
As it wasn't his time.
And when you have a keeper that is sick, those thoughts are non-existent.
It's everyone's time. For him. But what is time?
For you, or for me?
Time for me is a construct that man put behind everybody. A measurement that is artificial and put value like it's supposed to exist. Like it's supposed to be measured and meaningful.
You work entire lifetimes trying to gain more of it. Just like power, you seek it, hunt for it. Not everyone gets it, but those who do still succumb to the harsh reality of it.
You know why I wear this watch? Because at one point, my time stopped. Not just when I died. The second time now. The first time. I wore it when I was living because it was a reminder that I'm still alive. Not to measure any value. This watch, my wrist now, doesn't tick. That's my time. What is yours?
Again, that is a mortal concept. In comparison, a mere blink for you is near infinite for me. The amount of cycles this planet has seen is not even a breath for how many I've taken.
So how? How could he have ever been taken? Why? Used and abused. Seems like that's not supposed to be the case.
Depends on the individual you're positioning as the abuser.
Why could Norman take your equal?
I
A mere
suppose you
mortal.
could ask the same of Isaac.
It doesn't make sense to me. If someone's so powerful, knowing, to be taken by a mortal, it seems pretty backwards. Seems to me there's a flaw. Seems to me you're not better than most of us. If anything, you're equal. Man shouldn't conquer those that are above. Unless they truly rise up.
Unless it was the Almighty's plan. A key piece to your train of thought you have not considered. Do you
Teach
think I
you all a
wanted
lesson?
to take Isaac? Do you think I wanted to endure the humanity of Isaac?
So you didn't have much of an option, just like you anybody else. So how are you any better?
Because I overcame it.
But he hasn't.
You want him gone.
There's that word again, want. Need. Yeah, I do.
I'm going to face this by saying this is not an offer or a deal. A question. To what extents would you go to remove him? Hmm?
I think you already know.
I'm not going to accept that for an answer. In these matters, leaving it open-ended is not suitable for you.
Help me.
Consider that a courtesy.
How long have you been sitting up here? How many days?
How many years? Where do you think I went after Isaac died?
Couldn't even believe it. No idea.
Overlooking the keeper.
Your answer is actually written next to you when you're sitting. You haven't looked at the book, have you?
I don't indulge in such. The amount of visitors you have coming and going here.
It's written there. But I'll tell it to you. Where I am prepared to go. The same reason I'm back here. Those I'm connected to. The memories, the feeling, the emotion of who they are. The spiritual bond. Not spoken, but acknowledged. That keeps me here. I'm prepared to rid myself of them if it means he's gone. I've already lived my life. Not much more use for me here. I'm not meant to be here.
What I am about to say, you may not like. It is a harsh truth and reality. Even now, your presence, once you fade, my responsibilities persist. You see, pestilence does not have to be a virile sickness. Suffering is in many forms. Loss, grief, anguish, depression, mental, emotional, spiritual, physical. Just like the sun rises, that will persist, and once you are gone, that will inflict more. Are you willing to accept that for the short-term action of removing Norman?
There you go. That was fun. It was a good conversation last night. Yeah, that wasn't planned. I had no idea a storm was even happening. I didn't even look at my clock. I was like, yo, that ended on like the perfect cliffhanger right there. It was immediately when it needed to happen. It was so good with that. I was like, damn. So that was fun. That was fun. Like, is that really kind of a heady conversation of things that were happening here? I don't even know the timestamps. I should have written the timestamps down. So yeah, this is a really kind of eye-opening thing to TJ right now, and it's been like a leveled conversation. So if you kind of look at it in a perspective of TJ thinks very much as Pestilence points out, very black and white, because that's how he views his death. Pestilence gives him the additional color to the world and the things and the beings around, basically. That's why I said it gets super fucking heady in a lot of this conversation, because you go from as simple as life to death, right? Living and dead, to different types of beings and what it means and their purpose for being there, which goes on a whole different scale or level, because at this point you're not talking to someone who is been inhabited by another, like Norman and Death, basically. You're talking to the one that is considered, quote unquote, the lesser, which was an interesting kind of point that he made, calling them the lessers, inferring that there are people above them, right? And so the immediate thought was, oh, okay, well, is that Hope and Noxie? Do they technically, are they the next level up of them? Do they exist because that balance must always be maintained? And you start feeling and talking about the balance side to this. And this is where the conversation turns a little interesting. That it seems that their purpose as quote unquote the four horsemen, whichever you want to call it, is to basically hit the reset button on humanity and keep it in balance. That it doesn't need to grow as fast, or there doesn't need to be the same things. And so this has happened many, 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 many times before, and it will continue to happen. As he says, like a blink for you is like a eons for me, or something like that, right? So he, as the character, Pestilence, has seen this cycle and repeats this cycle over and over and over and over and over again, right? He's seen it multiple times. And so why he's pissed right now is because it's upsetting the balance that Norman has taken over his equal. I'll just say equal, because you don't, I mean, is death a he, she type of thing? Like, that's different conversation. I'm just putting it as equal, right? So I think I refer to it as it or equal throughout the majority of this. Which is, it's an interesting side to it, because, okay, they exist to complete this cycle. They exist to do this. And because Norman has inhabited the equal, it's upsetting the balance of what is supposed to be happening. Their job. They can't complete what they're supposed to be doing because one of them is off. And so him, being the quote-unquote doctor, is trying to remove the ailment, aka Norman, from death. So he just wants death to exist as it is. Which, to TJ, is basically the same thing to him. Right? So, as what TJ wants. He doesn't care if death uses his body and basically becomes like that host to that, which is a really weird conversation to have. Just much like Pestilence is to Isaac's side to it, right? Like TJ just wouldn't exist, right? Or biotechnicality, it could still exist as Norman's body, but not Norman being a part of it. So it kind of begets the question, which one is which, or does he even exist at all? Because he answers one of the questions as to where he went after his quote-unquote keeper died. He said he was overlooking his keeper. Well, where is his keeper at? His keeper's in purgatory. So Pestilence was in purgatory throughout the majority of the time between Isaac's death up until now, or whatever the hell it is, until he's released. So he's been down there the entire time. Death's been fucked with, and so he's pissed off at Norman because Death shouldn't be fucked with, right? So reality, they both want the same goal. I got sick figure. They want very much the same goal here, and TJ doesn't care if Norman. Let me see this again. TJ just wants Death to exist as it's supposed to exist. He doesn't care if he is the one. Like, he's not trying to become the host of it like Norman. He's not supposed to have a conscience. And so whether or not Norman is taken out of the equation by Pestilence or TJ, it doesn't matter at this point, right? I think they want the same thing. He wants him to exist freely. TJ would prefer that he exists freely, but if he needs to exist freely using his full mind, clarity, whatever, he's basically free to use TJ as the host for it. And that would not be TJ, right? So that's what I'm referring to when he is asking if you're prepared to that, because basically you are solving a short-term problem to understand that death must always exist. And that's the last part of this kind of conversation.
Term action of removing Norman.
Yeah. Here, let me go back. So he says a short-term action, right, of removing
Is
Norman.
a harsh truth and reality.
That Pestilence is always going to exist.
Even now, your presence. Once you fade, my responsibilities persist.
See? So what that means, he is part of the balance. The balance must always be kept. His responsibility is to maintain some of the balance, and that must transcend this short term removing Norman, right? So basically, he is saying that they must always exist, and they always have existed, so that these lessers continually need and have to complete the job of this to maintain that.
You see, pestilence does not have to be a virile sickness. Suffering is in many forms. Loss, grief, anguish, depression, mental, emotional, spiritual, physical. Just like the sun rises, that will persist, and once you are gone, that will inflict more.
See what he's saying with this?
Are you willing to accept that?
That the duty doesn't stop, it always must happen. Right?
For the short-term action of removing Norman.
So anyway, listen to that a few times. Their goals very similar. And It's not to say that he trusts him at all. He views him as having to complete a job that he has to complete. That his entire existence is part of that balance, right? So, does he hate him? I don't think he fully understands him yet. Because I think a lot of this conversation was trying to gain an understanding. And once, for example, Norman starts talking, it's very much in the here and the now. It is not in the centuries or timeline that is all existing. Norman conversations deal with the immediate future. His side to it, Pestilences, is that, buddy, you need to stop doing this shit because you got a job to do and you're not fucking doing it. And whatever you got going on with you right now, you need to stop because you're fucking up with the timelines, you know? Fucking up the flow. And he deals with it and the big picture. So the two contrasting conversations, it becomes a much more holistic view when you talk to Pestilence. I don't think anything that he has said has been inherently false by any means. Like, he's not, I don't think he's trying to deceive him of false information because all this realistically does make sense. It's putting things into perspective. Unless you look at, from Pestilence's perspective, that, well, I get not Pestilence's, a broader perspective, maybe, just maybe, they aren't supposed to exist by this higher, whatever the fuck they have going on. Who knows? Maybe for them, that is a blanket eternity of them being wiped out and the same shit. It becomes like this really fucking hierarchical thing as to how many layers it goes, because who knows? Maybe from their side, they have this great fucking experiment where other things have to exist. And maybe they have also been taught a lesson because they got inhabited by a host, whatever the fuck that is, right? So it begets to think like they're trying to teach quote unquote human or humanity a lesson. And it seems like them getting inhabited also taught them a lesson and was like a reminder of what they should be. So it becomes like this multi-layered and multifaceted mind fuck as to what truly is supposed to happen. And then it really kind of questions the listener or the character as to what is his belief. Because you're basically a drop in an ocean, right? It's going to exist for eternities and you're fucking up with it now. So, is this a small blip on it? Does this happen frequently? And so that's why he starts questioning Isaac's side as to, I don't think you're all that powerful then, per se, because you shouldn't be inhabited by things. It makes you seem weaker. Because not only did Isaac get inhabited, so did Norman. Or they were the inhabitors. So it seems like they have their own flaws. And it's interesting. There was a point where I was going to get back to, and I don't recall the exact points. Let me see on that one too.
They exist, but
I can't go back
God
further
is
in
my
chat.
hope.
What if death is evil just
Also
like him?
cherish that.
Well, then you have to believe, though. Is he truly evil? I think there's a preconception as to what is good and evil. And if you probably brought that up to him here, he's going to be like, dude, that is such a black and white, mortal-minded view of everything. The good and evil is different from a purpose. If his purpose is to keep humanity in check, then he's doing his purpose. Is that evil in nature? So to boil it down to a good versus evil, I think he would laugh at that as a concept because that's not what he's trying to get at. That there's more things that are happening. It's almost like, so think of it like a farmer, right? So a farmer grows a crop. And as that farmer grows this crop over time, you obviously kill the land around it and you let the land heal, right? And then you rotate the plots each year so that the land can heal. So what if he's no different than basically a farmer in a otherly sense? He is taking out part of the crop in order to let it heal. And kind of is alluded to before a few different times. It's like, all right, I think I maybe said this with Alice, or maybe I said it to him. I forget who I said this to in some conversation, but I've alluded to it a few times. Sometimes you have to break something down to build it back stronger, right? And it's kind of TJ's purpose, as what I've said multiple times, is that he's kind of the builder with things and what he wants to be. And that's what his view on coming back to Los Santos was in taking the city treasure, is that who was he as a person if he was going to tear it down if he didn't try to build it back stronger? Right? And so what if they are that? They are making it technically a better place at some point. So is it good evil? I have no idea. Because there's a different concept at play. You have to then think as to what is the purpose of the world, which is a weird fucking thing. There's so many different layers there. Pestilence did tell TJ it was forced into Isaac by higher ups, but Pestilence shedded the chain. Yeah. So how does TJ trust they're meant to be unconnected? Death was bound before Norman. Isaac admitted it before. It might be a way of just strengthening them. That as it happens over time, they should be stopped from what is happening. That if you're in a weakened state, you strengthen it. Similar to that same conversation. By inhabiting it, they finally block it out over time. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys understand, like in a medical term, we use something called like immune tolerance induction, right? So for example, you have an allergy or like a sickness or something, right? And one of the ways that you can overcome it is by flooding your system with it, right? So you build up your tolerance to it by overloading it, right? And so what if that is one of their ways of dealing with it? That they continually overload it with these basic hosts in order to stronger the actual lesser, right? If it's all just per the process of not only just building them. So I don't know. It's a really kind of heady conversation when you start thinking in many different ways. You can go down a rabbit hole that's so fucking far. And for me, have this conversation yesterday where I'm on like stupid amount of like zero sleep. I'm like, holy, it's like a vaccine. I mean, kind of replicates and you build antibodies to it, right? And so the more copies that you have, eventually the more that your system develops antibodies to it, or your memory cells, so that they can fight it off, those antigens, later at a period of time, right? And so the more hosts that you get is more exposure to it, and the more pure the actual immunity becomes to it. So I don't know. It becomes a really, like I said, fucked conversation. And so when you look at, for example, the view of the two separate characters, Death or Norman and Pestilence, Pestilence is thinking in the big picture, and Norman is thinking in the today's picture, having fun, right? He's having fun fucking around when basically the lessers are like, dude, get your shit together because we have a job to do and you're fucking up, right? They're like, bro, you know, you're only strong as the weakest link, and he's bringing everyone else down. You know, like when you're playing Pico Park and that motherfucker is continually jumping into the fucking pit, and you're like, bro, now every one of us has to restart because your ass is being dumb. So this guy's pissed off at you right now because this motherfucker keeps jumping down there. And they're like, yo, we got to keep restarting. Stop fucking up. And you got to get to the end and get the key into the fucking door. But bro, every time you keep doing this shit, it resets. And so they're pissed off. And Corbin, like, nah. This bro, he's sus. All right, he's sus. Vote his ass out right now. That's basically what's happening to him. They're like, yo, we can't do our shit when you're fucking up, man. Get it together. Because they're going to be stuck in the same level, right? You go from level to level, world to world to world, right? You do it over time. You keep going until you get to the... I don't think they have it. Yo, imagine that being the actual hell. It's being stuck in Pico Park as like a guy that just has to continually do this every time with different fucking levels. Yo, that's the ultimate hell right there. The true beauty of all this is that whatever they make of it, since it's fiction, there's no science whatever, gives so much freedom to create something. Yeah. And I think that's where this conversation was truly unique, because TJ has never thought about it like that before. I don't think many other people truly have thought about it in the same sense, because everything that we look at, you know, if you, God, I don't want to go biblical because I don't want to like bring faith into half this stuff, but it does come up quite frequently during these conversations. He brings up the four horsemen. Is that like a evolution of a previous iteration that got passed down somehow when someone did it, and maybe a host fucking like wrote that type of shit? And it's like, here's what happened in the past, it's gonna keep happening, right? It becomes this wider fucking thing because realistically, this happens all the time. I don't know. Y'all still got a fans Pico Park thing? I don't know. Maybe someday. Yeah, it was. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've never had that type of conversation in RP. It was very unique in general. It was a very cerebral conversation. Once again, did not anticipate having that, but it really got him to think. And like I said, I don't know if he trusts this guy, but I think he's understanding the mission. It's not that he doesn't have to trust him. I think he's trying to understand him. And when you can truly understand someone, you get the motive behind them. And I think he's at the understanding phase of this. And that there's much more to be learned from it, and much more for him to consider. So where he's heard a ton of stories about him, and whether he's heard the historical components to it, does it call into question whether these things were actually correct, or they were being told through a quote-unquote mortal lens, when in reality they shouldn't exist like that. Like, they're returning to their purpose, and what you see it as a evil, they're doing it to restore a balance behind it. Right? Like, it depends on your perspective. If you're a bad person doing good things for a good purpose, or you're a good person doing bad things for an evil purpose, it becomes this really fucked conversation as to who's right, who's wrong, and both sides have put a spin to it. If Noxie's famine. Yeah. You know, I think it would be a good end to 4.0 if this is how it's presented in a way. But I don't think there's any discussions with that. It would be good lore enforced, and that everyone has to make a new character, because guess what? Every motherfucker is dead. And they all just die like we're good. All right, here's Civilization 2.0. There is no history with anybody. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be a very natural, but some people would have to believe type of thing. Like, in a way, you know, I don't want to bring, like I said, religion and this stuff. That's not my purpose of things, that I don't want to challenge what people believe in and don't believe in. But as to what has happened and kind of what it is, there's no story behind that, right? People just come, they exist there. There's no like sanguine history. This is a new iteration. They have zero iteration of the previous one because they don't know it, right? Like, it'd be completely new. So it'd just be a different way to do it. Anyway, is a very good ending. Yeah, I mean, just no one exists anymore. Like, they just don't exist. Interesting as a four horseman, neither good nor evil, harbingers of the end. Yeah, absolutely. You can talk with Coil about it. I don't think I'd talk to Coil about that type of stuff. I talk to Coil, but not about like philosophical how to end your fucking world. I can imagine my conversation with him be like, "Hey, yo, Coil, real quick, I got an idea for an ending, bro. The four horsemen of the apocalypse. You know, it just has to happen." He'd be like, "Huh, well, bro? What?" I don't even know if he knows what's happening in the server right now. He probably has no idea. I don't even know like how many admins or management were like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?" They're like, "Bruh." If they truly knew, they'd be like, "We turned this fucking server into a spiritual, religious motherfucking thing." They're letting RP. Yeah, no, it's interesting because it's almost like a social experiment at some point, because you create like a petri dish of things where you allow the actual environment to grow around you and develop, and what your own arc is and what the other arcs are, which is kind of just the beauty of it. But it'd be interesting to see if you could take, for example, 4.0 and you multiply it 1,000 times, and you study the ending of 4.0 based upon stories that can happen, and those stories can change. How many of them end in something that is catastrophic? How many of them end in one person being like all powerful type of deal, or how many end in like a similar fashions? You start grouping them, right? It'd be interesting kind of type of case study, and you start extrapolating that over time, and to see how people develop, and like what were those events if you study it from a perspective. What were the events that changed it, and you can narrow it down to these are like the key things over time that has always been one of the enforcements as to the change and where they got, which is just another fucking weird conversation to have, because then you're studying the purpose and you're like, what the fuck is this? Anyway, I'm getting way too heady in my thoughts right now, so you guys can stop me real fucking quick. You're probably like, bro, stop yapping right now. But anyway, yeah. Questions, you know? What questions do you have? Did I answer most of them? I don't know if I answered most of them. I know some people were typing them earlier. Have you seen how you yap in MetaChat? I don't regularly go in MetaChat. I think the last time I was in there was to give the thoughts on the egg conversation, and I stay out of there. Like listening to you yap. Well, I mean, yapping about yapping is something, but yapping about someone's beliefs is, or how they perceive things, is a really contentious subject, and some people can really say that they probably don't enjoy that, because it's a weird thing to really start talking about. So yeah, I'll try to respect that, because it's not always an easy conversation to have. Himbo to emo alignment charts? No, what is that? Isn't it allowed in your room? I don't want to go in your room. I'm good. It's a mess in there. Clean that shit up. Yeah, so where do we go from here? You know, I think there's ways to go about it. Because there is the narrative that is out there that death came for him, I came for it, I became death. And one may take that from if they're prepared to do X, right? That narrative has been out there for quite some time. And now here's this narrative to say one should never take death. So it's two conflicting narratives right now. Who would I nominate to be the other horseman? I did think about it, and I shared at the beginning of the stream yesterday of someone's belief that TJ would be Conquest if you would say that Conquest would exist. I would say that based upon his actions, he definitely could have been considered a Conquest, because often portrayed in a white type of like suit, manner, fashion, becomes basically a royalty. So you can compare that back to quote unquote the Prince of Vespucci, whatever you want to call that, from a historical side to it. And he gets to the point where he controls people. So you can say technically he would have a control in ADMC. He would go to the city council and have a control there. For the great purpose at some point, obviously subjugating people around it. So you can say, in your mind, does his story support that, and would it go that way without him knowing? Yeah, it kind of does, but I'm not really kind of allowing that, because I think anyone can have that type of story, and you're bringing in like self-confirmation bias into the equation, because technically I guess anyone can say that, right? So I don't know who that would be, and it really depends on what your thoughts as to who is who and what exists with it, which ones are the four. So you obviously have the pestilence side to it, so is it famine or conquest, and then war and death are always there. I'm unsure how I want to proceed with the war one either. I mean, technically the city itself is a war zone, so you can say like that's already at work, and then you can say is it someone that influences it, and then you can say, okay, well, TJ did see the faceless down there, which is supposed to be someone that's dead. Pestilence was down there looking over the keeper, which is supposed to be Isaac, and then you have Norman and Death down there as well. So why, per se, is the faceless down there, when in reality they supply everything for war amongst people and creates a conflict behind them? But that's not a person. War and Conquest, the same horse. It's back and forth. Like, some people say it is, some people say it isn't, and I don't have a particular belief in it. I think it might just be a label on top of it. I don't know which one they truly are. Which I haven't said anything about them being down there, because I don't know how that's supposed to be played off. Because I know Cap was just kind of being a shitter in my DMs and was fucking around with me. So, but it makes sense as that. Now, is an organization a faceless? Or is an organization itself, instead of one person, it's many? Is that many split into multiple things, people, whatever? That could also be a thought. Does it have to be one singular? And so you start looking at it from a weird perspective. I don't know. It's not straightforward. Nothing about it is straightforward. And I think that's what we started to realize with the conversations that he was happening, is that there is no definitive answer. And if you think about it one way, the reality is you're missing the big picture. When you try to put it onto the big picture, you get into questions that you just can't answer because you can't comprehend it. Because you're trying to relate it to experiences that are happening in front of you. Really weird. Really fucking weird. So, it starts to be like, yo, what about string theory, motherfuckers? Give me 1 sec, chat. I'm gonna get water really quick. I'm gonna play from this point back as I get water, and you can listen to it again, alright? Hope can never die.
Again.
It is a thought. It is an idea.
And if you were to rewind the clock several eons, hope was merely an illusion, just like free will. All of these cycles, as humanity learns, grows, approaches the brink of self-destruction, and adapts. There's always something. The next thing.
All right. If Pestilence starts going after people, will TJ help still?
Will the next.
The same.
It doesn't matter in the
It becomes his belief. Are those things supposed to
end.
happen?
All said and done, when this cosmic
Like, what if he's just doing his job
reaches
and he
the
starts to understand what those jobs are? So would he interfere with that?
will stop it.
You know?
So why try?
Like,
Why
it
try
doesn't-
and kill.
I don't know.
I'm not trying to kill hope.
Oh, this part. The hope part to this. This is also a really fucking weird conversation about the concept of hope. Is that it seems like every iteration of humanity basically gets this idea or concept about free will. There, the Bix. Have a good one. Appreciate you being here. Good to see you. So, he's basically saying that every iteration of this humanity has some form of something that they're looking towards, right? In this evolution, that would be hope. And evolution previous is free will. So, there's always this emerging or prevalent theme that they look towards. And he has taken a appreciation and liking to seeing that die. Like, that's what gets, that's why he comes to work each day, right? Like, you get asked, like, yo, why do you come to work today? Seems like him, that is like his job. He wants to see that shit die. It's a really fucking morbid way of saying things, but basically, you know, that's his reason. So TJ doesn't fucking know what to think right now, right? He goes to Al's conversation. He goes all the historical context between Copper and Isaac and Pestilence. He goes from the journals that Norman wrote. He goes to his knowledge of what has happened to Flop in the past, his memories, everything else that was fucking happening. And you have this conversation. It's like the noise that happens before you get to the person. You have a predetermined thought as to who they are because you've heard it from everybody. And then you have a conversation with them and you're like, what the fuck? And you're challenged. So he doesn't know what to believe at this point. He has no idea. Trust no one? TJ's fucked. Yeah, apparently, man. So, I'm not ending, by the way. I'm just transitioning things. So, about, for example, the Alice conversation as well. Learning, obviously, that Pestilence is around was a surprise to him. Because it's written that basically his shit doesn't exist. Well, I guess Pestilence must always exist, but Isaac doesn't exist. As Isaac's skeleton is down below, right? But we did see him lie and say he's Dr. Smith. which apparently wasn't even Isaac's last name. He was meant to believe that was his last name, but it wasn't truly his last name. Maybe everything else is lying. No, 100%. That's why it's so trippy right now. That is why there is so much shit happening that it can go any way. If you would have told me, for example, that Pestilence is back, the first thing like my mind went to is, fuck. These two idiots are gonna like basically trap TJ down in purgatory in this fucking cage for the rest of humanity and just have him tortured until he gives up all hope. Like, that was the initial thought. And after he did that, the connections would be gone and he'd move on. That was like, huh. And then your mind thinks even more. What if Hope shows up down there? What if TJ makes one of the feathers with Hope there that is one of the bloody ones and ends up getting on the outside and people come down? You see like how like many different ways this can play out or could play out. And so hearing, for example, Pestilence's side about things, and that it must always exist, it begins to think like, yo, is it time for course correction? You shouldn't exist? And now you're fucking with something even bigger. You know? It's like if you watch Alice in Wonderland, y'all motherfuckers got like the ace through 10 down. Now you gotta go with the face cards and fight the fucking face cards. Then guess what? After you're done face card motherfuckers and you think you have a choice to go back to life or you stay there, there's a Joker and you're fucked. I don't know if you ever seen Alice in Wonderland, but some weird shit. Yo, it's one of my favorite series, not gonna lie. Chat, hopefully... Fuck. We still have fucking Harry over here, bro. We gotta do this again. Oh shit. That's awkward. 495. Yeah, imagine waking up a ghost and there's a chase happening right in front of you. Okay, got it. Okay. So TJ really wishes he could speak to Hope and actually have a conversation because he wants to understand as well. I don't think he knows what to bring up, but Hope gives him like ideas or items to try to guide that. And so that becomes an even further conversation like, fuck, is Hope just like, what is Hope? What if Hope was not good? What if Hope was an issue? You know? It really starts to question shit. What if all these things are actually backwards? So he is mentally fucked right now. Uber Z. A whole new world. Yeah, start doing Aladdin again. There's so many possibilities. What you think is right might be wrong, and what is wrong may be right. Or maybe it's none of them. Ever consider it that way either? This shut up. Virtual walking tour? Yeah. Crazy how well you can actually maneuver your character even though you don't see it. You start to realize and assume to know exactly where they're at. You know, I wish Coil and Sincere just gave me the fucking ability to teleport, man, and make this so much easier. Dickheads. No, I won't. I'm kidding. Go CJ going to work. Yo, true. I need a bike. Yeah, thanks, Honor. Needs that cardio? Yo, hold up. Wait, no, his stamina reset. Fuck. There's a period of time where his stamina was more. Because I was running all the time. He's been too lazy. He's been sitting on his ass. His stamina's gone down. Yeah, can I get aerial unit here? Air Z. And Air Z, you know? People run. So, yeah, my voice hurt a lot yesterday. Trying to do a very distressed character. Trying to do a very uneasy or uncertain character. Took a shit ton out of me. I'm not sure how much more that I have in me to do that. There was a lot that went into that yesterday. Shit is draining. Oh, by the way, chat, if you're not aware, I think almost everyone is aware at this point, we'll be doing the GTA RP charity tournament for Marvel Rivals. That starts this weekend. That will be tomorrow is the first day of the tournament. I think we play like 9 o'clock or something tomorrow. Let me look at the schedule. Hold on. Tomorrow, yeah, we play at 9 Eastern tomorrow. That is against Mobo King, Kilo, Lottie, Silent, David. I think I'm missing one. Oh, Mario. Guy plays Mario. That's who we're going against. I don't know if they just don't have more people. We have 13 people on the roster, and we are rotating people in and out. But for tomorrow and Sunday, there are only 8 people available out of the 13. So those 8 that are available, myself, IDD, Dragon, Deody, Architect, Iceman, and Muzzy, and a few other. But anyway, Barky as well. So we'll be rotating people in and out per map. I want to make sure that people play because they signed up for it. I don't want to just be like, oh, hey, signed up for it. You're part of the team, but you don't play, you know? Well, I can still be shot as a ghost, so I don't have God mode on. I'm going this way. I'm going this way. TJ catching strays over here, you know? Nothing to see here? True. Not wrong. The Shang one was interesting. As part of the Alice conversation, I have no fucking idea how he knew we were there unless he frequents it, but him coming up and like ignoring TJ was either kind of further thought or process that this TJ bad narrative has spread and that people don't want to speak to him, club related, which would stem from the Ed conversation. So if you also missed that part to it, I guess I kind of decided how I'm going to play that, and that he's completely forgot who Ed was. But it was interesting to see if that narrative had spread, and that's why Shang had not seen or talked to TJ while he was there. Like, were they turning against him? So, yeah, that was a different kind of element to something that happened yesterday that I was not anticipating. A cool element, though. To drive around looking for? Oh, I guess the spot that they meet. So something I do need to do. At some point, I would like to speak to Edgar. You see, chat? Right there. That fucker. Right there. Yeah, that one hiding behind that fucking bush. You don't see it. You don't fucking see that thing until you get there. And guess what? When you hear it, it's already too late. That motherfucker has literally been the death of me multiple fucking times. Cause look at him. You can't see him. He's hiding behind it. Fucking surprise cat, bro. Don't worry, cat. I got my gat. I got you. Fucking try me. Yeah. Okay, Z. You know what? Here. You know what's that? You know what? We'll show that cat what's up. We'll show it what's up. Don't worry about it. All right? We'll see what's up. We'll go say hi to it. We go hug it. We go hug the cat. Fuck it. Unmauled, right? That's what they call him. The Unmauled Club. He didn't get taken down. He took it down. Bare hands. Come here, you fucking cat. Where you at? Huh? Where you at? See? I ran away. Ran away. It ain't even here anymore. Fucked up, man. It's gone. It's gone. Pricey. Yo, that's fucked up, Angel. That's fucked up. Don't say that. You know what? I'd actually be proud if Z did that. I'd be like, yo, good troll. 8 out of 8, mate. Great bait. I would be so happy. I would be so happy. I get such a good laugh after that. Start running up to the thing and it's like, yo, it ain't working. It ain't working. Yo, Keith. Fuck Keith, man. Gotta ocean dump him really quick too, right? Keep tradition. Ocean dump Keith. He hands you money, you ocean dump him, so he keeps bringing it back. Alright, I don't think anything's changed in here. Okay, no one's written that. I'm not sure if I can do that voice again today. Like, I took a lot, man. I took a lot doing that yesterday. Norman's getting rizzed up again. You got Lavender Lady. Idol. I think I told you this before. TJ doesn't fuck with Idle anymore. Doesn't have time for her after she wrote like the family comment during Christmas. But yeah, I'm good. Like, he sought to understand, but I don't think he wants to seek to engage anymore. He wrote in kind of like a happy holidays comment to his family in the book, and she made a response to the happy holidays to your family, because I signed it as TJ, though I specifically call out the bath portion of it, BATH, which obviously from her side she has no idea what the probably fucking bath is, which is Barry, Andy, TJ, Hubcap. So he calls it out specifically as like a happy holidays thing, and she thinks it's ADMC and basically says like, your family doesn't fucking deserve happiness. Whatever, that was the gist of the conversation. Or not the conversation, but the note that was left. And I'm like, alright, well that's bold of you to assume who actually my family is that I was referring to in that conversation, because his family has changed as time has continually went on. So basically took an open go at something that was a reach out to family and shat on it, assuming that that's who he was referring to. So yeah, so he doesn't fuck with it anymore. Just lets her do her thing, doesn't care, isn't interested. Not Raven, but we gotta name this one. It's kind of like brownish green. Yo, that's Pestilence's dog, bro. The fucking sickness dog.
He don't just run into me and say nothing, okay?
He's got like this greenish, brownish hue to it. Definitely Pestilence's dog. Bro, I want my dog back. Give me the black one. I want Raven back. You know, that's how death is going to exist in the future, right? In dog form. Deep red eyes. That's what's gonna happen. Green? Brownish green, alright? I am colorblind as well, by the way. I think I've told that many times. I'm also considering completing the other chapters to his books. And I think he would start to incorporate some of the information that he found out, or that he gathered from Pestilence yesterday, as somewhat of the ending. It's an interesting concept because as like I started doing them, my want to do them has changed, or my purpose of doing them, and it became less about accomplishments but more for a purpose. And his purpose has also changed. So maybe this is TJ's way of explaining to people why he's doing what he's doing if he severs all of his connections and someone cares to read it. That maybe there will be some understanding about who he is. Can I take back the moment in Harry Potter, for example, when Snape gives him the memory of his parents and the promise to take care and watch over Harry? That is kind of his side to that, right? To tie the bigger picture together, Maybe that happens, maybe that doesn't. But that's kind of the angle I'm going at with some of them. And it may not be the most transparent as to those who are reading it at this point to know that's where he's getting at. But it is to convey the idea of a purpose and following that purpose. Not everyone's going to read it. Like, I'm not anticipating that shit actually gets read. It's more or less like maybe it adds to someone's RP. It's not like I'm going to go and distribute it and be like, oh, hey, buy a book, right? I don't even know what to do with it. I'm just doing it to do it. And if someone stumbles upon it and they read it, I'm like, oh, shit. Maybe. You know? So, I don't know. It's weird in an RP server to be like, yeah, let me just leave a book behind. It's not like I'm trying to publish it. Not like I'm trying to get rich out of it. It's more like a journal. Like a diary as to shit and like justifying your character's existence. And if that's what he leaves, that's like his legacy then. Forget someone he's gone? Yeah. I don't even know if they're gonna get him. And please, ADMC ain't gonna fucking read that shit. You know, Barry's not gonna read that shit. The only one I have like people that the only people that would probably read that would be like Andy, legit. Unless someone else gets into like the similar situation at some point and was like, yo, I want to read this shit for the purpose because it's happening now, and maybe it gives them an idea. But that would have to happen again. Yo, what up, Sam? How's it going, my dude? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in, everybody. Chat, I'm sure you've seen his awesome work with TJ's cut. I'll show it to you in a sec. Greatly appreciate it. Laters, my dude. Will do, will do, will do. Have a good one, my dude. Yeah. Take a look at it. So if you haven't seen it up close in person, if you have, spent a lot of time doing a lot of this stuff and taking care of the art with it and the details. That's probably a pain in the ass to him. Sorry, I apologize. The top collected being the hotel. Hotel later then merged with the faceless. Faceless, TJ, Cap, Pigeon, whatever you want to call them. Two-tone ass motherfucker. They were the faceless in 3.0 along with a few other people. At some point, fun facts, Solomon was used a few times, I believe, on a few missions, or it would have been something else. But that also then ties into the patches on the side. The wolf was supposed to be Giant Divine. The horse was supposed to be Pigeon. And the raven is TJ. That was the blood pact that the three of them had done during 3.0. This was the point where they were actually supposed to be given the instruction manuals of how to manufacture explosives. That was going to be a part of the post-sanguine aspects of it. And so that was the three blood brothers. Moore's Omnia Quat. That is in reference to the first time that TJ had died, but also his purpose now. That literally translates in Latin to death makes all equal. It is how his philosophy is that you're not judged per se on the things that you own. It is judged upon the deeds that you do, and that afterwards, no one is more special than anybody else. That we're all equal. That is that saying. You have the Los Santos, you have the Panther. It would have been kind of cool if we had like a mauled or unmauled Panther thing there. But I understand that would probably be a pain in the ass to do, and everyone be specific. Would be like, yo, if you got an unmauled, you gotta stay with that one for the rest of your time. Wear that shit like a badge. Like the scarlet letter for people. Yo, you were mauled? Loser. Who's here? A tally. Bro, how? 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 There is nothing you can fucking flip that on. How do you flip that? That takes talent. Seriously? Where do you flip this? Like, you literally have to drive it off the edge directly in front of me. Yeah, you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. All right, you ready for this? This is gonna look super unimmersive from your side. This is actually gonna make sense for her side. Okay? Oh, fuck. I missed it. I was gonna break the fence.
You got a rock. I can't flip it. TJ.
Pretty embarrassing.
What? There's a corner here that's just really sharp and it just likes to roll a bit. Okay, I've got anti-roll bars in it, but it obviously did not get the memo.
I don't think you got the memo of how to drive. Let me guess. Shag taught you how to drive. Because he sure as hell can't.
Oh, just quiet automation. Odd.
What?
That word.
Use your words. Yo, Angel's Kiss, thank you for giving this up.
Okay, well, you don't have to mind me, TJ. Now you're just mocking me.
I think it's deserved.
I still can't hear you.
Not hear me?
What cat got your tongue?
Oh, hold on. Whoops. That's pretty pathetic.
What?
She didn't hear this entire
You know what?
conversation.
You drive something then.
Who taught you? Shag?
Tell me what?
Who taught you how to drive?
Oh. Red, white, and blue.
Those are colors. That is not a person.
I meant USA.
USA doesn't
Just-
teach you how to drive.
Are you sure about that?
You might want to go back to the beginning. Step 1, manual.
Oh,
Take it out of
I'll-
park. Wheel. Turns left and right.
Yep.
To turn car. Left and right. 2 pedals. Brake and gas.
Yeah.
Let's go to the beginning. Because whatever you just attempted to do, I would not consider that driving.
Okay. Well, it's subjective.
No, that is crashing.
It's rolling.
And what is a crash?
Okay, but let me ask you this: have you ever crashed a car?
Many times.
Okay.
But not on a flat
Did you have to-
surface. In a
It's not a flat
4x4
surface.
with a car with money rims on it.
Okay, well, to be fair, all my cars have money rims on it.
And they're all ugly.
Ugh. It's not even true. They're beautiful. You know what the crazy thing is? I honestly I can't flip this.
You can't what? You can't
Is
flip
when
it?
it's on it.
It's
when
a
it's on its
car
side.
that is sitting on a side which weighs multiple tons.
It's also a truck. I also call it a car sometimes.
Now we're making the distinction between a car and a truck in the physical attributes of it. At the core, it is still a car. What
Do
it
you
looks
have a rock?
like, you're going to throw a rock at a car and hope that it flips over. Are you
I'm
fucking
talking to-
Hercules?
I'm talking to a ghost asking him for a rock to flip my giant fuck off truck with a rock. Yes, I am. Well, usually I would have lockpicked the tractor, the rusty ass tractor that's here, but I don't know. You probably moved it, or that guy took it.
It's the only thing I had.
You know what's crazy? Even on its side, it's still about the same height.
You know what's crazy? It's not intended to be there. Like that. That is
What?
not normal.
No, I know it's not normal. Says the ghost.
Why don't you call a tow truck and get them to put it on there?
You really want a tow guy down here?
I don't want that sitting here the entire time.
What, you don't think it's good lawn decoration?
Yeah. You know what? Let me put a hood ornament on the house. All right? Yes. Hey, more welcoming than a junk shit yard of a lighthouse that we have already.
I mean, that's true. Someone did try to, well, a couple of people have yeeted a car on the lighthouse, so.
So yeah. Call it Soman.
Fine. How are you?
Same as it was before and same as I always will be. That's a total lie.
There's
Chat.
no one on tow. That's cool. I've been reading to Edgar every day.
Been reading to him.
Mm-hmm.
There's something you want to pass to him.
Well, Brandon has it. I got him a watch. But Brandon and Fred probably have it. They do have it. But no, I've been reading him this book. I'm sure you read it before.
Swear to God, this is some Humpty Dumpty shit. What the fuck is this? What is this? Hold on. We open this. No, I've never read this.
How you doing, Oos?
What the fuck is this? I've never read this before. Huh. The day of our years are 80 years and 10. In Convivo, Dante compares human life to an arc, of which the highest point, in those of perfect nature, is in the 35th year. The poem opens at sunrise on Good Friday in 1300. When the poet was at
I
the
think
end
we're about
of his
to reach the
35th
fourth
year,
level of hell.
me retroavi, I came to myself. The wood is the wood of air. Spiritual alienation from God and political anarchy. The mountain is the holy hill of the psalmist, the mountain of the Lord, to only the innocent in hands and clean of heart shall ascend. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I think I reached the fourth hell reading that.
You avoid reading? It's a good book.
Never read it.
It's great. All it needs is just like a giant American flag, and I'll be happy.
You sure your last name wasn't McKinley at some point?
Well, he was my first jacket, technically.
So you've carried that on?
Well, he forgot about me, though. But he's old, so I get it.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he also didn't realize I had natural red hair, which is fair. I had white hair back then.
Do you know what happened to Edgar?
He went to purgatory. I go over there and I read him to him and I put flowers down. There was a bush there before, but it's gone now.
So I've heard.
It had flowers at one point, then it didn't have flowers. So I don't know what's going on, to be honest. Alice has been keeping me at a very arm's length of things, so
I don't blame him. You shouldn't either.
I don't. I try not to, at least. It sucks because I care a lot about Edgar. And I hate feeling useless, but
There's a lot of things that are better left unknown currently. And that's not in a bad way towards you. What I'm saying is that if you know they can hurt you, and it's probably for the better that you don't.
yeah, I've come to a realization of that, so I do what I can.
Stay away from the man in the brown and green jacket.
Brown and green jacket.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that's Isaac.
Not quite.
Not quite.
It's a conversation for another day.
Okay. That's fine. Well, if you ever see me over there in Purgatory Island, you're welcome to listen to my read. It's a great book. You should read it sometime.
Maybe someday. I'm busy writing my own.
Hmm. Do you need anything?
No.
Okay.
Just great. Totally lie, by the way. He's not
That's
good.
great.
Absolutely. What do I have to worry about? Nothing holding me back. Total lie, chat.
Nothing?
What do I have? I don't have to go to work. I don't have to go make money. I don't have to go put food on the table. I don't have to run cash exchanges. I don't have to laundromats. I don't have to worry about a war that I'm in. I don't have to worry about anything.
What do you worry about your people?
Those that remain.
You're not worried about the
Would you pick up on
the
that?
guy in the brown and green, or Norman himself?
Am I worried about them?
Or I guess you worry about their.
I'm worried about an upset of a balance that should always be maintained. Tipping of the scales one way too far instead of the other.
I would heavily agree with that. It's almost becoming a bit too much, you know.
Like,
I
where's the
may
other
not-
side?
I think you are the other side. Unfortunately, it feels like you're alone in it.
No, I'm not entirely. Part of that is Alice. I said don't blame her.
No, I don't blame her.
She's been helping me. Don't hold it
No,
against her.
No, I definitely did yesterday. But really, if me being held aside and her having the freedom to do things, then if that helps you, then that's all that matters. If it helps Edgar, then I'm happy for it. But I know things are more than just Edgar. It's about everything else.
And what do you believe everything else to be?
How do I believe everything? I believe I have yet to meet this brown and green person. If it's not Isaac, then I don't know who it is.
Oh, he'll introduce himself as Dr. Smith. Is the name that
That
Isaac
name I've
took,
heard. Oh, okay.
but it's not Dr. Smith.
Is it worse?
I don't know.
I also didn't realize I had this assumption that Norman and Isaac were fond of. We're not fond, okay? Because let's just say I don't think Norman's fond of anything. But I thought that as brothers they would have some sort of closeness. I did not realize that they did not like each other.
Much more to it than just that. Brothers in what?
I don't know. Actual brothers.
Isaac and Norman?
Yeah, they always said they
As
were
people?
brothers.
Sure, maybe. Not as what they are. What they're supposed to be, because Norman is not what he is supposed to be.
No, Norman is not what he's supposed to be.
I don't think there's an answer that is clear that you're looking for or trying to articulate because it doesn't exist.
I don't really have a question. Suppose.
I suppose you didn't, but I was, I guess, answering a question that you might have had or thought.
I'm just here to help where I can. So, that is what I do.
Well then. You might be expecting a reading.
A reading?
Your reading. The book,
Well, my
Divine
reading?
Comedy.
Thank you for calling it the Divine Comedies and not just Dante's Inferno. I feel like a lot of people forget there's 3 books of this thing.
It's kind of fitting considering what we're dealing with.
I think it's actually the most fitting thing ever. That's why I read it to him. A
Even in
lost
death, a jokester.
a lost man gets guided by his guide. I'm about to pass the fuck out. Virgil, basically. And he goes through the different layers of hell to be greeted by his love, Beatrice. Or an angel. I don't even think that Beatrice is love. I've never actually reached Paradiso.
Got all the time in the world to do it now. Good luck.
It's true. Very, very true. All right, Virgil. I gotta go get food. I'm gonna pass out. And I'm pretty sure they don't answer the ghost calls for ambulances, so.
No, don't think so.
Anything I should convey to people other than beware of the brown and green coat man?
Convey whatever you want. I don't care. No.
Yeah. Okay, TJ, stop saying that. You do care. Boop, boop, boop. All right, boop your nose. Okay, I go. That's for making fun of my rims all the time.
You deserve it. You can't drive.
I can drive. You can't live. How about that? Be corporal.
Noxie! Ouch, man. That's just fucked. It's just fucked, man. You can't say that. You can't say that. Just wrong, man. What up, AZ? In coordination with the DOJ and preparations of mass update of the penal code, all times and fines have been reset to their default value. For this time period, you will see a 25% reduction in fines, and updates to the penal code can be expected in the near future. Department of Justice. Mumbles is the Blaine County one, right? And then DOJ, is that like all 3 parties? If it's all 3 parties, that's fine. Alright. I was gonna say, because technically there's a lot of crossover with times and fines that are supposed to exist between LS and Blaine County. And those are global. What I mean by global is they affect both of them. So If it's all three entities that are saying that, then that's fine. As long as it's not like one trying to control that, you're good. Right. Who knows? If there's anyone that knows how it's supposed to work, and I'm guessing there's probably nobody else better than myself right now. Truthfully. The original intent, I'm pretty sure only myself and Coyle really truly understood, and no one else took the time to truly understand it. And they confused what the original message was supposed to be. Because they said, fuck it, I'm not dealing with it, I'll deal with it after you're done, and I'll interpret it on my own. Okay, sure. You do that. Chat, can I do it today without fucking it up? Can I ask why sometimes a ghost filter has a screen effect and sometimes it doesn't? It's actually really fucking weird how it works. So, as you see it, depends on your monitor's resolution. And how I see it depends on my monitor's resolution. It's a very fucked paradigm that is happening. You truly don't appreciate it, probably. Until I show you this. Hold on. I will show you why this works, or how this works. I don't know the how, I know, well, I just know that it works. How about that? Hold on. Why can't I get this? Alright, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna take a screenshot of him. Okay? Screenshot. Give me a sec. I'll deal with this in a minute. Alright, so I'm screenshotting TJ. I'm guessing it's Benny. Alright. I have no fucking idea who that is. Who the fuck is that? Oh, bro, is that... Fuck, what's his name? BBS. Bang Boy, dude. Wayne. That Wayne? I think it's Wayne. Alright, let me show you this real quick. So, take a look at this. This is why the screen effect exists. You see how I briefly scroll in? It changes. How it looks like. And if you go all the way out, he barely exists. It's the same photo. But you never noticed that. It's how pixels actually exist. You see? Those are supposed to be pixels inside of it. What happens, those pixels are missing at this resolution, right? These are all pixels. They don't exist here. And I think the explanation of this is, as you lower the resolution, those pixels have to be condensed, and there's only a certain amount that can be there. When in reality, he exists with more. You see? It's a really fucking trippy phenomenon. And he doesn't exist. You see? A little different. Anyway. Science or something? Died wearing his father's... Okay. Calm down with the skinny jeans shit. Dude, I want to talk to Andy a lot right now. Because I feel like Andy would kind of get TJ. And like where he's at. Or should just call him a freaking idiot. Like I kind of need TJ and Andy to be just having a conversation. I also don't know how much Andy even wants to be involved with this stuff right now. What's this guy doing back? Like as a ghost, do you wear what you died in, what you buried in? It's an interesting paradigm, isn't it? What's this guy doing? Because TJ did not die in this. Such a shitter. Oh, I'm such a shitter. I should open all the doors on his car, actually. Wonder if he's actually gonna see it. He's gonna see it, but oh, I wonder if he thinks. You ever see Isaac? I wonder if he thinks that book is Isaac's. God, I'd be such a fucked sinister ghost if I ever was. I would fuck with people so hard. Imagine hearing that. They had transitions. You guys remember the old clown TJ? You guys remember that laugh? Like when I used to do it as a cop, or if you ever saw him with the old. They have an admin panel now. Not you, maybe another time. Perfect. See? Achieved. Someone is no longer willing to be involved with them. Even better. You know what? That's maybe... That's the key right there. You just laugh and they leave. It was great unnerving everyone. Yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. That was a thing. I think running past going, what up with Scan? What up? I don't know how that started to get blown so out of proportion. I'm like, what up? And that was really about it. And then it really fucking kept going. I'm like, bro. I don't even think I started saying it anymore after like a period of time. Cocaine rat? I don't even know if I have the preset for cocaine rat anymore. That was all like voice changer settings, everything else. I had to really figure that one out. It's how everyone remembers TJ. I don't even think it did it that often. Maybe in the beginning he did. Maybe. But I don't think like towards the end of 4.0 into... sorry, 3.0 into 4.0. I don't think he did it at all. I think he changed a lot since then. Because I think I used to hate doing it. Very much Finn, I believe that. I believe that. Dink donk, Hope, Naxi. Can I get a watch to Andy real quick? Any way you could drop a watch to Andy if she's around.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. See if this happens. All right, we're back. Airmail delivery. Carrier is apparently on its way. We shall see. Hating. Might be a little bit. I always feel bad, you know? But I think that it's due. They need to talk. Did TJ pay postage? Yeah. Yep. Amazon Z Prime. 100%. So, there. Why the wire filter looks more, you see? Less of TJ, more wire. Closer to TJ, more solid. As you back it up, more wire. Even more. You see? Well, I mean, they did have a conversation, but I felt like it was a very purposeful conversation. Not like a catch-up I mean, not that it needs to be a catch-up conversation. It was more like she was only there because she needed to be there to clarify something, not because she actually wanted to do it. Is very much how that original conversation felt like. It was like, bro, what'd you tell CJ? And is this shit right or not? Okay. Point validated. Goodbye. Like, I'm out. And we caught up here and there. But if my name wasn't ever brought up, there's no reason she probably would go at that point. So that's kind of the reason why I had thought that she probably doesn't want to be as much involved, or she would be up here more frequently. It's also cool about the hair. Actually, I think the hair is an annoying part. But yeah. that does exist. I tried changing the hair underneath the actual model, and it doesn't work as well. Which fucking one is this? That'd be Shang. Well, he doesn't see him anyway, so let's observe. Let's see what happens. I'm not gonna appear. I want to see what he does. What the fuck is he? Hello? Bro, what?
Man just shot out an RC car. The fuck are you doing? I am so confused. What the fuck is he doing? I'm gonna fucking grab that thing and throw it off the cliff, bro. What the fuck is little bro doing? Again? Really? Really? Again? Again? Were you expecting something else to happen this time? What a dumbass! What is he doing? Is little bro okay? Oh boy. Okay, well, let's see. If Andy's on her way, I don't think Andy's too happy with Shang. So we go this way in order to not have that confrontation. So the two of them don't meet up. Because I don't think that would be... Yeah, fuck off, cat. See, chat? This thing's afraid of me. Look at it fucking run! Look at it run! You see? Fuck you, murder cat! Yeah, get your ass out of here. Your ass ain't welcome. In today's lesson, chat, here we have the contemplating mind between two bridges of life and thought. Those unsure are left still on that bridge, deciding which direction to travel in. I don't know what man was doing, but man's not right now. Apparently, hearing voices and shit brings an RC car. Just like everything else. Toys, huh? People are toys. You truly believe that we are toys? Yeah, he needs to stop eating fucking paint chips over here. Let's see if she figures this out. I don't even know if she will. I think the only one that figured out TJ's around with the watches so far is Alice. But Andy's smart enough to do that. Is that Tally at learning how to drive? Probably. Probably. It's actually kind of a sick painting if you do that. Like maybe put the lighthouse back here. Like if I move that way, I can see the lighthouse side. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Look who it is. Maybe if Jesse was around, this wouldn't have happened. Tisk, 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 tisk. You better not drive fast. Andy. Andy.
I thought you were a bird.
No.
Hi. I got your message, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You meet me down at the end of the road?
Yeah.
I'm guessing you probably don't.
Which end?
Here.
House road or the hill over
Yeah.
there?
This one. All the way down, just over by the bridge.
Wait. What?
At the end of this road in front of us.
Oh, the other bridge. Okay.
Yeah. Chang's the other way. All right, we run. Running. She's gonna be waiting there for like 5 minutes now. I don't think that car or the bike set too. I think it was a single seater. I looked at it. I was just gonna hop on. Ghost cardio. I hope she doesn't think he gets transport there. I mean, I'm not gonna ghost her. I made that joke. We're running. Epic run music. Go! Oh.
Wait, why didn't you just get on the bike?
Oh, okay. All right. Listen.
What?
You know, maybe next time I'll ask for the ride.
Yeah.
All right. Well. Yeah. Guessing you got my message.
I got the watch.
Yeah. Remember what we talked about? The ring?
Yeah.
It's gone. Doesn't exist
Okay.
anymore. Well, it doesn't exist, just... I don't know where it's at. How much...
Okay.
I'm guessing you... I feel bad even asking you this, because you probably want nothing to do with any of this anymore. And stop me if you don't. You know the other one is back, right?
Sorry?
His brother.
Nope. 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 That's not his brother.
I know it's not his brother, but that's what
Okay.
people commonly refer to him as. I know.
Okay.
I know. Crazy, right? Yeah. So you know that one is back around. Pestilence, better?
I know who you're talking about.
Okay. Well, I'm asking if you know if he's around.
No.
Okay, well, he is. Just letting you know. You and I both know just how bad that can be.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
You know, last time we had talked, I didn't really care as much anymore. I just existed until all this shit happened. You aware of Edgar?
What?
Edgar's in purgatory.
Yeah, I heard he died.
Well, you have to be dead to enter, so yes, he's down there.
Okay. I'm not doing anything about that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Okay.
Because right now, what I'm going to ask you is honestly just listen and tell me if I'm an idiot. Because I know
Okay.
you're good at that.
True.
I'm not
Is
asking
everyone,
you to do
not
anything.
just you?
I know. I know.
Okay. Just
This
making
is what I need my Auntie Andy for.
sure. Yes, nephew.
So, you're... I don't... What is she? CJ. She's a Jones. Is she related?
No.
Not related.
Her and Skipper are, but not with me, you know?
Okay.
Or Dad.
Seems like she's his little sale agent. Norman's.
What do you mean by that?
Bring as many referrals as you can. Employee of the
But what do
month.
you
How
mean
many
referrals?
sales?
I thought
She's
she was just like
bringing-
killing people.
No. She's bringing people here to make deals with them.
Oh.
She thinks it's the only way that she can help the people around her is to bring more people so they get fucked up and fuck everyone else around their lives.
Why the fuck did she have to make a deal for that when Shang's been doing it for free?
I don't know. I don't even know if Shang acknowledges the fact that I even exist or anybody. I don't care. I can't
I mean,
sit here and
I'm
watch
kinda with you.
them continue to fuck their lives up because of her, and to see that actually happened in front of me.
Who has she done it to?
Some Joey. I don't know his last name.
The fuck is Joey?
I don't know. But that's the purpose of what I'm even saying at this point. Who the fuck is Joey? Who's random motherfucker that works at Senor Buns? When's it to stop? Combined with what happened with Edgar and Sonia and Jay, with her shit, I can't just sit here anymore.
What happened with them?
That's Edgar in purgatory. That is
Yeah,
Jay
but-
taking Sonia down to the lighthouse. The class 2 in hand. And Sonia going back and forth between here and there. To live, but I don't know how much.
They eating eyeballs?
No. Like,
Oh, okay.
injured. Could die. Life and death.
Wait, so they just keep near killing her so that she can get in there?
No, it was her decision whether she lives or dies at that point. I sat with her as she went back and forth.
Okay, idiots.
I watched
I'm
it
be
happen.
real. Out of everyone in this scenario, Edgar dug his own grave more than anyone.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. Because just down this road 7 years ago, I sat on that dock and gave him the fucking speech of never, ever go there. Just never listened, ever. I don't
I
disagree
tried to
with
give
you.
him advice, and then he started saying that language, the Dark Lord. So yeah, I feel you.
Where I'm going with this is I want Norman gone. And I know our last conversation said who would replace. And it's not a replace, it's not a who. It's nothing.
It's not nothing.
No. Oh, hear me out. Norman isn't supposed to exist. His
Who
own
are
journal.
you to say that?
It's not from me. You read his journal? You're named in it.
Yes, I read the journal.
The second one?
All of them.
He says it himself. What happens if I kill every single person in this world? Do I remain satisfied? Am I satisfied? That he's planning to go out with a bang, basically. He's not
Okay,
going
and
to
those
go.
journals were written a year ago.
I watched it happen in front of me, Andy.
What happened?
Him.
What do you mean him?
Norman.
What happened?
Edgar. Deal. CJ. Bringing people further. You
It's
understand
not
what I'm
more
going
than
at.
he's ever done.
I understand. This can't continue to happen.
Why do you think it would stop?
It's not natural.
Who are we to say that?
Not me.
If it was possible in the first place, who's to say that's not natural? You being here
It's
by the
not
same
natural.
argument could be not natural.
I know. I know. I'm going to try to unpack this conversation with you as much as I can that I just had yesterday. This is why I need you to call me an idiot or set me straight, or maybe it just makes sense. I don't know.
What makes you think trying to get rid of Norman wouldn't cause
More?
that reaction? Yes.
Do you believe a balance should exist?
It has to. It's not should it, it has to. There is no life without death.
Correct.
It will always exist. But the thing nobody ever understood was the fact that why would you deal with a devil you don't know than one that you do? If you're talking about fucking Pesto being back, okay, that is something that's already worse than Norman. So why do people think that Norman can't be replaced with something worse? Or that if you get rid of him, it's just done. It's over. Nobody's ever going to be in that position ever again and do things 1,000 times worse and 1,000 times more destructive. At least this system mostly causes pain and suffering onto people because people are too stupid to just stay away. CJ gaslit herself into believing that all of her friends were in danger, when in reality, I guarantee you Norman would stand there and say, CJ wasn't even on my radar, would have never been contacted if CJ hadn't gone out of her way to come down here.
I don't disagree with you. I don't.
Most of Norman's shit is just straight up Darwinism, and I understand that all these people that deal with Norman are victims to their own degree, but to a degree, it is also on them.
I agree. I truthfully agree with you.
I mean, Edgar was fucking dropping bodies trying to get Norman's attention. To get him and actively present again at all. Norman is everywhere all at once, and I understand that, but for a long time he stopped making deals. At least here.
Yeah, well, they're ramping up again.
Trying to get rid of him and antagonizing him has never been the play. It's never worked. Blowing up the lighthouse didn't work. All of the times that people attempted that, even if they didn't have the right answer, and even if we do now, it didn't help. It made things 1,000 times worse.
Here's what I want you to consider now. And let me start this, and I'll go through this and ask questions if you will. In theory, the four horsemen are the balance. Now, whatever you believe to be the four, I don't, that's up to you. If you do, if you don't, fine. In theory, just hear me out. They're not meant to be controlled. They exist. Their cycle continues as humanity continues. To them, this is nothing different. It's just something that continues in a cycle that continues over time. We have happened, before us has happened, many other times has happened, and they are the balance when life becomes too much that they bring it down. But when you fuck with one of them, they can't do their job properly. I talked with Pestilence yesterday.
Why would you do that? Oh, well, you're dead. So
It doesn't.
sorry.
It,
Sorry. God, sorry. Fuck.
that's probably
God, sorry.
the safest
No offense.
person to talk to him.
I don't know if that's offensive. I'm sorry.
It's not offensive.
Yeah, I just listen. Okay. Sometimes I forget.
I know. Forget about me, Andy.
No, I forget that you're dead because you're standing here in front of me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay.
No, I get it. I get it. And I wouldn't fault
Alright.
you if you didn't even believe I fucking didn't exist. Anyway,
Why would I ever forget that you existed? That's so stupid. That's
in
the
this
dumbest thing
in
you've
this
ever said to me.
form.
And you've said a lot of dead, stupid fucking things to me.
Yeah, I have. Okay. And you know what? I'm still holding on to the fact that you disappeared in front of my eyes. Okay.
What do you mean I disappeared in front? You disappeared in front of my eyes.
Yeah. And I watched you do it in front of me too. Okay.
It was a trick of the light.
Okay. Listen, back on track. So I talked with him yesterday.
Okay, sorry.
And it wasn't anything that was evil, per se, in conversation of the nature. And you know, I used to speak with Copper a lot. I know she was very good friends with you. She was a very good friend of mine. I haven't seen her for a very long time. And that's the basis of what I know of him. Okay? I had never seen or spoken to him before the collapse, ever. So my knowledge of him was from her, from you, from others. So I heard him out. He goes on with the reason for him being here is that they are considered the lessers. There are others above them, etc. As they continue doing their shit, that a blink for us is similar to an eternity for them. They just exist. This is their job. But he can't do his job because Norman exists. I'm not saying death, I'm saying Norman. That Norman is a sickness to death. And that he needs to cure that. Because death of who it's supposed to be is being tainted by him. That he's prematurely ending people's
Why
times.
wouldn't he want that?
Because he's upsetting the balance of what is supposed to be.
He is sickness. Why does he have a beef with sickness?
Pestilence? He doesn't have a beef with sickness. It's a beef with Norman doing things that he's not supposed to be doing and interfering with the scheme of someone's life. Or the natural order of life and death.
I don't believe that he would care.
They're all one and the same. They are the four.
I believe that every single one of those motherfuckers wants whatever is best for them personally. For their personal goals. I don't believe they care about how long somebody lives or doesn't.
They don't.
I believe Pestilence only cares how much people suffer before then.
You're not wrong.
And Norman plays these games to make people suffer. He could just kill them.
Don't you think he's stepping on Pestilence's toes then? Isn't that his job?
There are fucking millions of people in the world.
I don't disagree
New
with you.
people are born every day. Ain't no way that they're absolutely stepping on each other's toes all over the place.
Let me
There's got to be more to it than that.
consider this, okay? I liken them to farmers. You plant a crop, you grow it. That is the world. In comparison here. End of the season, you collect the harvest. Next season, you rotate. They're responsible for the growing and the harvesting. You let it continue to grow on the same ground, the ground becomes unfertile. you can't use it. You have to break down in order to harvest and build up. Make any sense?
And I just, TJ, we've largely dealt with Norman.
I know.
Norman, no matter how you feel about him, uses strategy and logic. And that is how he operates in his everyday life, to watch people make their own life hell. When the other one came about, Norman warned me that he was a being of a different kind. That he is not going to give the opportunities, use the logic or strategy or anything else. That thing is a straight up monster. Norman, yes, shit stirs. Honestly doesn't lie to people as much as people thinks he does.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
I'm not.
No,
That's not
no,
bullshit.
No. I've witnessed that time and time again. I will refuse to believe that.
I mean, good for you, but that is the fact that I believe.
That's fine.
The other is not going to use any of those. Norman gives the illusion of a chance. The other one's not going to bother.
Correct.
The only time I have seen things like this go after one another is because one wanted something that the other was preventing them from having. And that is chicken motherfucker wanting Norman gone because that was the only place I could go to get away from him. And he wanted that to not exist. He did not want a neutral zone. He did not want a zone where he could be fucked up, pretty much.
So you're telling me in his own
hate.
words.
It was spite. He wanted something out of it. It was not, oh, he's preventing me from doing my job. It's because Norman is making me weaker, and that pisses me off. Norman has land that I can't go on, and I want it. I want that to be a thing.
There's a lot to that. But I think that's a very small picture in a bigger scheme. That this has happened many, 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 many times.
My point is trusting anything that either of them say is a mistake. I don't know why you're choosing to believe the other.
I'm trying to reason through it and ask for your thoughts.
That's my point. Is that Norman at least used some level of reason because we're humans and we look for that? The other will not.
But I'm telling you, the conversation I had with him was not evil in nature. It was a reason conversation. It was
How
not.
do you
I
know
want
that
to...
he wasn't speaking to you that way because he knew that's what you'd respond to?
Because it's things I've never considered.
So what?
Because I'm trying to work my way through this right now.
You're being too trusting.
No, I'm not trying to be trusting. I'm asking you for opinions on these.
I'm giving them to you.
I haven't given you the entire story.
Okay, well, I thought you did.
I don't know. Do I believe he's here for evil purposes? Whatever it is, yes, I do. There is no disputing that fact at all. He does things that are unspeakable to people that we would never want to ever consider. I think we both can agree on that. I think we both have the historical context to know that. When we had the conversation yesterday, I liken it to Norman's. And I say Norman, not death. Norman is in the now, the here. When I spoke with Pestilence, it is the big picture. The overarching one. The one that I didn't get with Norman. The putting the pieces somewhat together and hoping that I just don't fuck them all up. Regardless, if you don't believe any of this, I don't care. But know, when he says that he wants Norman gone, I don't disagree with it. Could it be for bad purpose? I don't know. Maybe. I'm trying
Of course it is.
to reason with that.
But there is no reasoning with this, TJ. If that's what Pesto wants, that's because it's something that benefits him. Period. End of story. There is no other reason. And anything that benefits him is bad for all of us.
He called them equals.
Okay? And
There's
just
not
listen.
a totem
Also because-
pole of them all. There
just
is not
because
a
you had
bigger...
a
Go on.
conversation about the bigger picture with him and didn't have one with Norman. I have had a bigger conversation picture with Norman.
With Norman or Death?
With Norman.
With the serial killer when he was alive.
Oh my god.
I know. You see what... Any of these points can be contested. Every one of them.
They're not. It doesn't matter, and you're thinking too hard about it.
It
If
is
it's good
what-
for
the
them,
only
it's bad
thing I
for
can.
us. That is the universal truth. You can't disagree with that.
Universal truth is we're still fucked.
You want to get rid of one who is not as bad as the other.
Death would still exist.
Yes, it would, but someone could take Norman's place within that role and be 1,000 times worse. Why does no one get that? Everybody thinks Norman's so bad, and I understand why, because he is, okay? He is fucked up. But why does everyone think that someone else couldn't just take that spot? You can't, even if you could get rid of Norman, nobody has the solution to preventing it from ever happening again.
No, and it happened to Pestilence and Isaac.
Don't say that name to me. You're trying to get me killed. You may be able to freely say it. I cannot.
And just don't respond with it. I don't... You know, it wasn't even his last fucking name. Smith was never his last name. Do you know that?
Stop. Stop. I don't want to talk about him.
Okay. If
Bottom
not,
line is, I think you are being tricked into working towards an end goal that is going to have a very fucked up result. If you, the second you start thinking that either of them are reasonable, this whole thing is done. I guarantee that the only way for them to speak to you, to get you to do things, is to tap into the things that you'll respond to the way you're responding to them. Because he can't just threaten you. He can't threaten to blind you like he did to me if I didn't do what he wanted.
You're
dead.
Do things. I have
You're
conversations.
dead. He can't threaten you with anything.
Yeah.
Except maybe... I'm not even gonna think about that.
You know I'm here, right?
No, I didn't really question it. I'm just glad.
It's not going to be forever.
I figured.
Barry stood at the fucking lighthouse. Alone. Day before Halloween. I felt that. How often do you think Barry ever went to the lighthouse?
He wrote cunt on it once, didn't he?
Long time ago.
Yeah.
How many times do you think he went back after?
Not a lot. PJ, I know.
Yeah. But there are connections to people. I have. Never had to say they existed, but they do. You're one of them. Barry is one as well. Ed was one. And Sean. I don't remember
What
Ed.
happened with that?
Long story.
Oh yes, I'm in such a rush. Lord knows you've got nothing but time.
He came up pretty frequently to start. I'm losing my ability to even remember him. He would ask about loved ones. I gave him a feather. He questioned what I was, why I was here. As you say things, it isn't just how you or what you say, it's how you say them. I asked for the feather back. Said no. He wouldn't do it. So I cut that connection.
Why didn't he want to give it back?
I don't know. But as those cease to remain, that time I will no longer. Understood?
Feathers?
No. My connections to the people here.
Oh. I was like, well, I got one. You're chilling.
No. Is he part of this? Is I can work with Hope to go back and forth. If they need to. That's what you and I spoke about last time.
Yeah.
Edgar had one. His own. There's one that requires somewhat of a sacrifice with it. He had his own. Take a look. I need it back.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these in my day.
Yeah. That's what remains between that previous connection. Everyone that wants to come up here and ask how to get back, I have to lose part of that.
Just don't give them.
It's for a reason I will. I'm trying to be stingy with my life that doesn't exist anymore.
Don't waste it on Edgar.
I can go back there anytime I need to. That's fine. I'm not wasting wanting to go see him. If they need to say something, I can just give it to him. Doesn't cost me anything. That's why there needs to be a reason for them to go down there that I'm actually willing to accept. I said Edgar had his own. Didn't matter. He had his own bloody feather. It's... Anyway. When those no longer exist, TJ no longer exists. I'll go after Norman.
So you will or you won't?
I will.
Why?
Devil you know versus devil you don't, right?
Exactly.
It wouldn't be me.
It doesn't.
I get it.
It doesn't matter. You don't get it.
I'm telling you that's what will happen.
And I'm telling you, as somebody that you care about that is still alive, I can handle dealing with Norman. I just don't, because that's the trick to it. If you get rid of him and replace him, how do you know something horrible isn't gonna happen to me and Barry, or Dad, or the rest of the club,
You have
or whoever the
someone
fuck else out
around
there
you
that you
doing
care about?
horrible things.
I'm not around them. You are doing this on the advice of someone who does not care about you and only wants something.
No.
And you don't even know what it is.
I had my mind made up way before I spoke with him.
And that is the wrong decision.
That decision was made when I saw Edgar, when I saw CJ bringing people there.
TJ, you are no better than CJ if you ask me for advice and then ignore it. I have been vehemently against this for years. You are repeating back to me my own advice and ignoring it.
Just ignore it. Him. Everything. Just watch it happen around me, right?
And know that it could be worse. Of the other three, Norman is the easiest. There are plenty of things worse than death.
You're not wrong.
So why focus on the peaceful ending than the one that is going to make people suffer immeasurably before then? Mind games? Okay, yeah, that can bring a lot of suffering. Watching your loved ones rot away, sick, unable to do anything, that's infinitely worse. Then you can only pray for death. And then you'd be happy to have a relationship with Norman asking him to do it.
And you actually think Norman would just grant that?
Depending,
you know,
yeah.
he enjoys it just as much as
If
the others.
pestilence is against him, sure, why not take it away from him? Norman's as spiteful as the rest of us.
Yeah, he is.
I'm sorry, but
Then what do I do? Just have people go kill them? I'm not that person. I've tried.
if you want to focus on getting rid of anything, make it pestilence, not Norman. Real question, TJ, would you rather sit here and watch me suffer and die and rats start eating away at my insides coming out of me in immeasurable pain? Or would you rather me die?
I'd rather none of this happen.
I'd rather die.
That you have natural causes and you live a long life. That's why I would
Well, then I
rather.
go blind and have rats crawling in my insides?
But if the reason he's even here
You think
is
I'd prefer
because of
that
him?
over dying? I'd rather peace out.
Legitimately, what if he is here because he is here? The other one.
That's not how it works. They exist everywhere, always, all at once.
So you're saying that it would exist regardless of him being here?
They just choose to actively show up and fuck with people. Yes, they are always here.
Exactly, and that is my point.
What do you mean?
That regardless of pestilence appearing, the same shit would happen.
Then why are you trying to get rid of Norman?
You're saying why when I go try to get rid of him? Pestilence.
Then why would you try to get rid of Norman?
He's accelerating other people's demises at this point and fucking with it.
Oh my god, most people are accelerating their own demises, to be honest.
I agree. We live in a city that's fucked. It's easy to be a shithead.
Okay, and you think that changes with Norman's absence?
Ideally, it doesn't accelerate it.
How do you know Norman's not going to be replaced with somebody who's like, I'm bored, goes out, hands someone a gun, says shoot them or I'm killing you and all of your family. And we're all in the same room together right now. And then I'm going to move on to the next person. I'm going to do like 20 a day.
You want me to say that name?
Huh?
Aren't you speaking from a life experience there?
No. I'm giving you a hypothetical.
Isn't that what Richard did?
No. No. Yeah, now that you're mentioning it, I would agree that fucking Richard did some worse shit to me than Norman ever did.
Mm-hmm.
You aren't thinking this through.
I'm trying to think this through.
Or you're overthinking it.
That's entirely a possibility.
Because despite whatever you want to think, and I know that you've been through a lot, TJ, and I'm not taking that away from you, but death is as scary as people decide it is.
It doesn't have to be scary.
Exactly.
But it is now.
So why bothering to fuck with? It's not even. TJ, there are things that I would have never gotten over if it had not been for Norman. Never. I would have never been at peace with certain things if not for Norman. And you can say what you will about that, and yes, he fucked up much more of my life than he ever helped. But running away from it or trying to stop it is just useless. It will always be there.
Isn't that what I'm doing? Running
No,
away if I
forms
don't
can
do
be
shit?
worse. No, you're accepting that human beings are stupid creatures of habit with an affinity for putting themselves in situations that are only going to hurt them time and time again. Humanity
Agreed.
is what it is, and death is what it is. So why try to stop them from making dumb decisions when another motherfucker could come along and do the exact same thing? Why? At least this one plays a game with you.
Oh, because we played games. Let's get Parcheesi and chess out as you die.
I've played chess with the crows.
Versus what it's supposed to be as its actual existence.
I'd rather have a chance. And I did have a chance. And I'm still standing here.
Or hope, right?
Sure, but I was also really smart. The problem with everyone is that people don't understand that things are the way they are and that they always can get worse even if you just feel like it can't. It can. It always can get worse.
Yeah, it can. Absolutely can.
But you are assuming it can't. If you truly understood that, you would know why getting rid of Norman is a terrible idea. And honestly, if you read those journals, TJ, you know it's going to happen inevitably anyway, without anybody's interference.
You have the first one?
I read them all.
Says you
I was
have
the
it.
first one he gave them to.
I've only read the one that names your name. Citing that there is another one.
Well, I am telling you that Norman not being a factor in that anymore and it just being death is going to happen either way. But trying to speed up that process and the reaction that could come from it could be more devastating than if he had just left it alone.
Be more devastating, or it could be better. It's up
No,
to it's.
it can't. You don't think Norman will put up a fight?
Oh, 100%.
You don't think the first person he'd go after is Mayor Barry just to spite you? All he has to do is whisper a name to any motherfucker that's dumb enough going down there.
He could do that now.
He could, but he doesn't. But if you go in and antagonize him, he might.
And what if Pestilence does it?
Yeah, I thought about that.
What if he truly gets rid of him? By himself. As himself. That is his purpose, as he says, for being here. He wants to heal him. Because he views Norman as a sickness to his equal.
Pestilence is not a healer. He has a sickness. He has a disease. He doesn't want to heal anything.
I agree with you. I don't disagree
Then
at
why
all.
would you believe that?
No. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if you heal or not. He wants to remove him. And if he can, he will. So you say one is worse, and the
Then
possibility...
let him handle it. Don't put people that you still care about that are still alive and still have to deal with it in harm's way.
So the one that is the worst of them all is better controlling it.
I'm saying you can't stop him. So if he's going to do what he's going to do, let him do what he's going to do. Don't get involved. I don't know why you're believing anything that thing says to you.
It's not the belief.
You are. You're saying Pesto said this, Pesto said that.
Okay, that's fine.
Pesto's going to do this, Pesto's going
In
to do
theory.
that.
In theory. Okay. What if he succeeds? Just what if? I know you're not supposed to deal with what ifs, but what if?
What if what?
What if I do nothing and he does it all himself?
Okay.
So you'd rather
I'm certainly not
him-
going to go have a conversation with him trying to stop him.
I don't disagree with you. You shouldn't.
I'm not
Absolutely.
an idiot.
I don't know.
However you get involved, TJ, just know that you're putting lives at risk. Of people you do give a shit about. They are not to be trusted, and you of all people should know that.
That I'm not to be trusted.
Huh?
Is that what you said?
No, that Pestilence and Norman aren't to be trusted.
All right, I thought you said that I'm not to.
No. They are not to be trusted. And you of all people should know that. They don't do anything without personal gain. And if you don't know exactly what that is, don't get involved. Don't trust anything they say. It is between them, and you are going to be used as a pawn. And you're probably going to go watch everyone you love get fucked for it. In all the years that we've dealt with Norman, did people trying to do more or avoid an outcome ever make anything better? Or did it always make it worse?
You seem to have done well with him.
Because I never tried to do more. TJ, I accepted the fact that even if CJ was told to drag me up onto a hill right now and shoot me, I'd try to talk her out of it. I don't want to die, but I also accept that if that's my end, that's my end. And I'm at peace with the fact that I can't avoid it.
Why did you get involved? Because I remember telling you to stay the fuck out of it as well.
There's no way you're doing that. You of all people, with all the shit you did. I got involved because Norman came at me, not the other way around. Norman came at me. He was about to force me into a deal, and I had talked to enough people who had warned me about him that I was prepared with a deal before he even approached, in case the day ever came that he approached. So then he did. And I offered him poison to leave everybody in my life the fuck alone. And he accepted that because it was fun and it made hurting people interesting and killing people interesting. I asked a million fucking questions. I
Isn't
was
that just
never
the same as the
hostile.
other one?
What?
Poison, hurting people? They all fucking suck.
I mean, sure, but literally, my viewpoint was if somebody's ingesting something into their body that they got from death, it's on them. You're just an idiot at that point. I'll be real with you, the only known person that I think ever got that done to them, I've talked to. And they went, yeah, I was kind of fucking stupid for doing that. And I'm not mad at you. But above all else, TJ, I accepted that some things just are the way they are. And the more you push back against it, the more pushback you're going to get. I got lucky, but don't for a second sit here and act like I went looking for Norman.
No, I know you're smarter than that. I was not.
Yeah, I know. And you didn't listen to me then, but I hope you listen to me now. Nothing ever good that comes from trying to do more with them.
I don't want to do anything with them.
Except get rid of one.
I'd rather do it against them, yeah. Not with.
You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe I've tried to be the good versus the evil too much. I just don't know.
Yeah, well, it's not like the movies.
Never has been. When have you ever known me to not put up a fight?
There's no fight to be had, is what I'm saying. And even if you win that battle, there's no guaranteeing that you're winning a war. And to be honest, TJ, I know what it takes to get rid of Norman. I don't think you can do it. Unless you've found some other way.
You don't think I can shut everything off in my life and no longer exist?
You don't have a life.
Correct.
You quite literally cannot fulfill the requirements.
And where's the first book?
Why?
To prevent me from trying, then.
Because I don't remember where I put it. Listen, people are asking for. I don't know where I put it.
You just lose
I think I lost it.
something like that.
I think it. Listen, if I had to guess, I might
Andy.
know where it is. I think I sold a car that might have had it inside it.
Andy.
What?
You have the one thing that would convince me not to. The actual proof of it. And you
Oh, I'm
sold
sorry.
it in
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
car!
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my nephew would just listen to me. You know, crazy thought. The crazy thought that I thought you would trust me, not Norman's words over mine. Crazy of me, right? Either that or like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I looked for it. Can't find it.
Gets stored it in a glove box of a car.
It's somewhere. I mean, it's with an HOA person, so you know, it's not like they're reading it. Sitting in a parking lot somewhere. Besides, I don't think I'm even the only one who had that copy.
Then who else would?
Well, the only other person I can think of doesn't remember. So I wouldn't really count on that. Yeah. Maybe one other person I can find.
Andy who?
I'll find that. It's fine. It's okay. You know? What? Why couldn't you just trust me? Why not that? Why do you want to trust Norman's words over mine?
I'm not trying to trust Norman's words. I'm trying to make sense out of everything.
They are bad. Doing anything revolving them is bad and will cause bad things. That's the TLDR.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. And
covered it.
the exact TLDR when I spoke with CJ and told her to stop bringing people up here because she's fucking up other people's lives and they don't even know what the fuck they're getting themselves into, that Noxie decides to light me on fire. The same bird that you trusted.
I just don't think it could hurt you.
Excuse me.
What?
The one thing.
Well, did it hurt?
I didn't exist here at that time when it happened. I went back down there.
Eh?
You sent me back there.
Oh, then I wasn't setting you on fire. I was just sending you there.
Set me on fire to send me there. To
Yeah, that
stop
happened to me,
warning
like a million
CJ
times.
to stop bringing people here.
Well, how do you know that that was the reason? Or are you assuming?
I was playing the biggest disappointed dad card I could to CJ.
So?
You don't just stop that mid-conversation.
How do you know that Noxie wasn't doing it to stop you from saying something that might actually ruin your life? Well, you're dead.
Okay.
Question mark?
Like sound solid advice. The same advice that you give people. Don't come here. Stop making fucking deals.
Yeah.
Yeah, that advice.
Okay.
Because I don't deal with Noxie. Deal with the white bird, Hope.
Yeah.
Why would one not want me to say that?
Because you're interfering, so you're like making a larger argument for my point, actually.
I am.
Okay, then don't fucking listen to it.
You wrote a fucking song to stay out of here.
Yeah, and you're not listening.
And you didn't get
And then you went
firebombed by a
off and made a
crow.
million deals, and then died, and now you just hang out here 24/7.
A million
You didn't
deals.
listen to the
I
song
had
either.
one deal.
Yeah,
And that deal was to protect the club.
Everybody wants to make a deal for so-and-so because so-and-so goes and makes a deal, then their friend so-and-so wants to protect that person, so they go and make a deal, and then it's a whole fucking thing, but no one listens to the song, including you.
My
Don't
deal
you bring
became
up the song to me.
in existence before that song was ever made and before you had yours. You know that.
I made that song a long time ago.
When Dundee had his deal. If I'm thinking
It
the
was never worth
line of
saving. Y'all should've
timelines
realized
here, point A, 1A, Dundee, point 1B,
It was never
TJ.
worth saving. It shouldn't have mattered.
My point is, you didn't get lit on fire by a fucking crow.
I did many times to go to purgatory, actually. Thank you so much.
No, you ate eyeballs.
I also got lit on fire.
Did it hurt?
That's like their game.
Oh, a game
When I
is
would eat the
lighting you on
eyeballs-
fire.
When I would eat the eyeballs, I would go to that fucking island over there, okay? And there was a tree, and the tree would burn, and these little birdie little things would come down, okay? And then they would make a big fire ring. That's like a portal. I'm opening a portal, you know?
Okay, Doctor Strange.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is, unironically. Does Noxie not say that?
He doesn't speak to me.
What are you putting my DNA on?
That's what you're worried about? For God's sakes, I killed the chief of police without
What
a
is this?
mask.
You casting spells? What is this?
Read it.
This is like a fucking tutorial for going to purgatory.
Yeah,
Did you write this?
I did.
TJ! Hey, you want everyone to die. You're working for that.
Don't say that. How do you think
That's
I got
what it seems
out?
like. You're gonna make copies of this, drop them everywhere, and then every motherfucker's gonna try to go to purgatory.
Okay. Do you think it's just
Are you
easy?
kidding me? You're like handing them a giant red button and saying, don't press it.
You're not reading it yet, are you?
I read the first few lines.
Okay, please. You'd understand there's one of them that requires a bloody fucking feather, Andy.
Process is not without risk, and the consequences of failure are dire. They don't care. Those who attempt this journey must understand the weight of their actions and the responsibility they bear. The feathers of hope and doxy, symbols of life and death, bridge that gap, missteps, hesitation, or arrogance. And this process can only leave one stranded in between. Yeah, they're gonna want to do this. I want them to collect 5 feathers.
She's so gonna like, she's gonna hate on this so bad. She's gonna be like, yeah, can I
I
get
can't
instructions?
wait for someone to read this and then hold a gun to my head for my feather. Thank you, TJ.
Well, at the same time, it can't be taken. It turns black. Fail safe.
This is like a giant game of Survivor.
Yeah, wouldn't know about that one. Unfortunately, we
We're
never
gonna
got to
try to speech
ADMC
100.
survival.
Died in the middle of one of mine.
No. Uh-huh. Must have got one 7 years ago.
Huh?
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 Yeah, where you were starting shit at the fucking goddamn fucking
I
fucking
didn't
shit. You did start
start
shit. Yes, you did.
He ate pizza on top of my Lamborghini and left
So
grease
what?
all
Who
over it in
cares?
the sun. It's
It's
a
just a car.
Lamborghini,
It's a car.
Andy.
It's a car. Who cares?
It's a game.
It has 4 wheels.
Uh-huh. And that costs money.
Whatever. I'm
It's a sign of disrespect. He disrespected me. I didn't start it. I just followed
Grow
up
up.
on it. No, I'm growing dead, not up.
whatever.
Did you seriously just whatever me?
Whatever.
You just whatevered me.
Alright, so I need 5 feathers, 1 of them bloody.
There you go.
Within the bounds of the flames, people are gonna be doing this at my campsite. They're gonna think it's any fire.
What'd you say before? Darwinism?
Brother, I catch anybody trying to fucking open portals at my campsite, I'm shooting them. And then I will kick them through the portal. I will say hi to Noxie, and then I will leave.
That makes you better than him?
Castle Doctor.
Do you say castle doctrine?
Yeah.
That isn't your house.
Yes, it is!
What, you claim all of nature?
No, I claim my very specific campsite.
Oh, those blades of grass and those leaves that have fallen
The
in the
cops
rocks.
even acknowledge that it's mine. They dropped a fucking cargo crate on it, and nobody arrested me, searched me, or GSR tested me because I was screaming that people dropped it on my property.
Yeah,
and
well,
then a bunch of
drop it
BCSO were
in
like, "This is her house. This is her house."
Yeah. That's about the extent of what I expect from
Just warning you.
San Andreas's finest. The best cops.
Okay, BCSO is way better than LSPD.
No, I said San Andreas. It's encompassing both of them. Uh-huh. You want the whatevers again.
You literally wrote a step-by-step guide about how to
How
get
do you
into
think I
purgatory.
figured
Are
it out?
you insane?
What, do you think it's just openly out there?
Why would you write this?
I was shown it. And how to do it.
Why are you trying to tell everyone?
Everyone. You think I just actively say, a free advertisement?
You wrote a book!
I'm going to come to the lighthouse and do a reading
With
of my
runes.
newest book. And guess what?
I think
I'll
that's a
do
bad
an
idea.
author signing afterwards.
I think that's a bad idea.
You know there's only one
You're trying to get
other
people to do rituals.
copy in circulation, right?
Oh yeah, surely that's not going to get passed around to everybody. You got a bone knife for this ritual too?
Okay. All right.
Uh-huh.
Don't even bring that
Uh-huh.
up. Let's stop that
Oh, it's just
before
one
you...
person. What could happen?
Yeah,
What could go
you
wrong?
know what?
Surely they're not going to show everyone they fucking know what's a CJ.
Exactly. Exactly. You know
Because-
what? And then afterwards, all roads are going to lead to the highway. Because that's where that started.
Right. Right.
That's exactly where that started.
Okay, and you're dumb for thinking telling one person doesn't mean it's immediately going to spread to
I didn't give it
everyone
to
because
them.
it will.
I
What
didn't
do you
give
mean you
it to
didn't?
them.
But you dropped it somewhere and they found it.
No, it's not like the first book where I sell a car and someone just has it.
Then what happened?
Hope gave it to them.
Well, Bert shouldn't do that.
You want to scald Hope? Hey,
I would.
Hope, are you listening? Yeah, Andy's got a word for you.
Dumb.
That is one word.
Big dumb Hope. People can't handle this. People aren't smart enough to handle this shit.
I didn't give it to her.
Who's her?
Said too much.
Who's her?
Said too much.
Who's her?
I'm not answering that.
Who's her? Sounds
Andy.
like Sonya if you're talking about getting into fucking purgatory to see
Nope.
Edgar.
Was not.
Is it CJ?
Nope.
Who?
Why would I give CJ that?
I think you're making some dumb choices,
Okay.
CJ, so
You know,
I'm throwing everything out there.
okay. So you assume the worst out of me at this point.
Who? You're the one not trusting your aunt right now.
You're the one not trusting me.
I'm
Mutual.
absolutely trusting you. I'm telling you everything I think right now.
Alice has it.
Who?
Alice.
Oh, God. Fuck. Okay. Can't wait for Shang to be trying to fucking.
He
do this
already
shit.
has tried to.
Idiot!
Do you think I'm going to let
And
him?
Shang is for free telling people to go to the lighthouse.
Do you think I'm going to let him?
No, but I think he's gonna let everyone know.
Okay, then you'd understand there's a failsafe in that where it isn't just a fucking train station where people can pick up a pass and a ticket to go down there.
Norman's lighthouse is pretty much a train station.
Yeah, it is. And I'm trying to prevent that, but fucking CJ brings them up here like it's their goddamn job because it
And
is.
Shang does it for fucking free,
Yeah, no shit. And I'm trying to stop that.
including CJ.
I'm literally trying to stop her from doing that.
Oh, see, it says activating the portal. It is a portal. Told you.
Yes, yes it is.
I'm opening a portal.
I swear.
What?
I'm going to Jeff yeet your ass into the ocean in a minute.
Ay, ay, ay.
Listen, I know you probably don't want anything to do with this anymore. Maybe this was a mistake. But it's become what I am at this point. I deal with it daily.
I just think everything's gonna go wrong and everyone's gonna die. That's all.
Well, according to Norman, that's his plan. He wants everyone to die. And he isn't even gonna be happy when he does it at the end.
You're going off of information from like a year ago. He could feel entirely differently now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. The guy when he
why
was
listen
alive.
to me, right? Why listen
The
to
guy
me?
when
why,
he was alive.
Why believe
that took
anything I say? You
everyone's
come ask me
life.
for advice, but why listen to me, right?
Hey, Andy!
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about at all. Not to mention I'm the only one who ever got out of a deal without dying or having any of my friends die. But why listen to me, right? Why don't we just scoff and discount everything Andy says?
I'm not.
You just did. Again. So you're gonna listen, or should I just head out?
I'll walk back.
So, to make it very clear, you were choosing not to listen.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
I'm trying to help you.
Trying to gather as much information that I can.
Okay, but you're not even listening to the
I
information I'm
am.
giving you.
I am, actually.
And you're scoffing at it and choosing to believe other things.
That's not true.
It is. You are operating off of information from a year ago, and there is a likelihood that Norman could have changed his mind because guess what? He does that every day. He goes, I'm gonna do this with person. Actually, I don't feel like it. I feel like ruining their life. Or, I was gonna ruin your life, but no, I don't think so.
Because usually
I'm
the
gonna just see
motive
what happens.
stays the same.
Not always. And his motive has changed like 3 times since I've known him. You ever bothered actually asking him what he wants? Instead of going off of notebooks from a year ago? Because all of the things that he said in his notebooks that were impending haven't happened.
I'll let you know when I see him again. When he doesn't kick me out of purgatory. He and I have a really great relationship. You know, I could have talks with him normally. The place that ideally I should still be at, he removes me from.
Well, that place sucks, so that's fine.
And says, go back to where you're supposed to be. Here.
Same deal with CJ. CJ. You're yelling at her for not listening to me. You're doing the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just last thing. Has what's his fuck been hanging out anywhere particular so I can avoid it?
Here in the sewers.
Super.
Apparently.
Oh, always the good doctor. Okay.
So you can imagine I really enjoy having the comfort of him in my presence all the time.
Can I just ask why you sought out advice just to ignore it?
I haven't ignored it. I'm pressing back because I need to understand. And to get those questions answered as much as I can. And to break my current thought process might be challenging you.
Challenging me is one thing. Scoffing, like I don't
I'm
know what the
not
fuck I'm talking about,
scoffing.
is different. You do.
I'm not trying to. I'm sorry if I am. That's not my intention. I'm frustrated.
Yeah, it's rough stuff to deal with, but I don't know. It's frustrating for me too. I fucking stayed at home to get shit done. I woke up to a million texts from a million people wanting to talk, and I assume half of them, if not more, revolve all of this. And I guarantee 99.9, maybe 100% of them are not going to take anything I say to heart. To the point where Norman laughs at that fact. Because he knows just as well as I do that if people actually listen to me, things would get better. But no one wants to. If you want to talk about frustration, yeah, we're in the same boat here.
I just feel like they're gonna get worse with the other one.
They are going to get worse with the other one.
I don't know. That's the frustrating part. I said I deal with this daily. Maybe I think about it too much. It's become, unfortunately, who I am. People come to me for answers. I don't have them.
You think that's more or less annoying than being someone who does, and they don't listen to you anyway?
Tried it with CJ. Didn't work.
You just need to come to terms with the fact that most people here would rather die an interesting death than live life peacefully. I would think a member of your club specifically would understand that. Some people just can't be helped because they don't want the help.
It's not just the members of a club that I'm considerate of. I don't feel any different towards them at this point.
No, I'm saying that you guys have a better understanding of setting yourselves on fire before you ever let yourself be bored.
Calling us drama kids?
No, it's just how some people are. People do such high-risk things as if it's a normal, everyday occurrence. They're constantly looking for more to feed that adrenaline rush.
Yep, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That was sanguine. What is the hotel? It was the war against the government. Yeah. I know that. That's who I am.
Some people are just crazy and stupid. And they cannot be helped. And there is no way around that. No matter what.
I don't want to give up hope on that.
I have, and I'm a lot happier for it. I'll put time into the ones that will listen. Everyone else can grab a shovel.
What? Dig it and jump in?
Yep.
No. I felt a lot about this. There's nothing I could say to any of them that have. It's been up here. That will change their mind. 'Cause I view it's the only way that they can do something. I've never heard CJ so gaslit of her own conviction. And what she thought was doing was protecting the people around her.
Again, well, they probably weren't in danger in the first place.
And she's put them there. Just like you're saying I will, if I do that. You say I'm not listening. I am. I'm just a stubborn asshole.
So what are you gonna do?
I haven't decided. I don't know. I feel like doing nothing isn't helping. Like your own form of mental torture. Maybe that's how he wants me to feel. Torturing myself over the decision that I want to make or not.
As bad as that feels, doesn't feel as bad as being the reason a ton of people get hurt.
Both of them suck.
I think one would suffer quite a bit more than the other.
Would or does?
Would. It
What's
starts
it
being
does
people
for
you
me right now?
legitimately care about.
And it sucks.
You won't know what I mean until myself or Barry or anybody else you care about ends up in a grave because of any of these choices.
You should take that.
I'll come see you Monday. Just think about what I said before you make choices, okay?
Bye, Andy.
Okay?
Already.
Promise me you're not gonna make a decision until we talk again.
I don't know.
Not that big of an ask.
When am I going to see you again then?
Monday.
Promise?
Yes.
See you then.
You promise?
I got nowhere else to be.
Promise you're not gonna make any decisions until then.
Just like I promised, I
Or
wouldn't
at
tell
least not
anybody
act on
else
them.
about the ring, and I hadn't.
Say yes, man.
Why, I can't be cryptic with you again? Like, you
No,
know, there's a
We've
meaning
been cryptic
behind this.
for like an hour now. I just need a yes.
You know what? You know what? Why you gotta be like that, huh?
I just want a yes. Because what if you did
The
tell
shit
someone?
ain't that black and white.
What if you did tell someone? And I don't know.
didn't!
You just haven't told me. Well, I don't know that.
You think I'm gonna lie to you? You find out
I don't know.
always. You always find out.
I do. I know. That doesn't stop people from trying.
Do you don't think I haven't learned that before?
I mean, yeah. It doesn't stop people from trying.
I know better.
Just say yes.
Yes!
Stubborn little
Excuse me? Ay, ay, ay. That's a lot to unpack. Interesting. So yeah. Did you lost a lot of points? There's no winning points with that. There's no winning points. There's no points to be had. TJ will always attempt to try to get the reasoning behind things, whether unfortunately it's very direct at times, which can be almost like an attack, and people probably don't like that. It's his personality. There's a lot of contradictions, yes. There are a ton, and at some point TJ realized it is not worth bringing them up any longer. That the circles of contradictions can continue and the what-ifs will always be a thing. All of those will always exist. It doesn't solve anything, but it doesn't give him any clarity at all. If anything, he's just more confused. After the last day or so, he's just... his personality is not to stand by and just watch. We've seen this through years. We've seen this many, many times. TJ is an action type person. But she raises the point, it could hurt them. It's true. That is correct. He's not wrong about that. See Norman be like, you really want to do this, TJ? Yeah. I mean, all those are entirely interesting possibilities. Bro. Bro. Uncle Bailey's there. Uncle Bailey! It isn't even Mr. Smith. Lots to consider, lots to unpack. He's going to take it into consideration. Like, all these thoughts and all these ideas. Absolutely. Norman and TJ need a second home. Good luck evicting Norman from his house. I don't think that one's gonna happen. Just ignore him? Yeah. Though what happens if he becomes unignorable? What happens if he goes after them anyway? What happens just because TJ exists? That he's like, no, fuck it. We're going. Because as much as TJ isn't supposed to exist, and the connection thing is there, he goes after them to protect them. Says, TJ, you must remove your connections from them or I kill them. What'd you do there? Just by TJ existing at this point puts them at risk. Always has. TJ's always been a risk for all of this. Didn't matter. Norman will be fair. Nothing about Norman's fair. Edgar made a deal with Norman to get Aaliyah back. He was never going ever to follow up on that deal. That's not fair. There's no fairness in that. Understand that. Aaliyah was never coming back. You don't put someone into that situation and lie to them. That is not fairness. So I don't want to hear that Norman is fair. It is a setup for failure, 100%. I did not want to eat. Chat, my mind went there for a second. And I was like, no, I can't say this. Andy would bring back TJ to life and then murder him for saying this. But my mind went there for a second. In regards to her supplying poison to Norman, I was gonna be like, yo, not that I was actually gonna say this. How are you better than Pestilence because you supplied it? There's a thought that went through my mind. And I'm pretty sure, like I said, she would have brought TJ back to life just to murder him again. But that did cross my mind at some point. I was like, motherfucker. Do you blame the person that set the bomb off or the person that made the bomb? They're both complicit. So one deals with poison and the one likes to spread it. So how is that any better? You literally became an agent for him of death by supplying him in ways so that he could fucking torture people for fun. What if Norman be petty, bring back TJ, make him forget? Yo, new story. Who dis? We repeat. Let's go. We're joining PD, everybody. Woohoo! We putting this shit on rewind. Hey, at least it becomes interesting second time around, right? Everyone be like, yo, TJ. They're like, yo, why the fuck? Who the fuck is you? It should be super sad. I think it'd be a really interesting arc to do that. But I'm going to also kind of spoil that arc for you. I'm going to give you the OOC context. You ready for it? Chat. With all these arcs, and then it just happens. Like, I don't think y'all understand. Like, the reality of it is, so it can't. Why don't you just all understand that, please? Did I stream the talk with Pestilence, or is it in this VOD? So it's uploaded on YouTube, and it will be in this VOD afterwards as well. We let it play from start to finish. We didn't talk about it or interrupt it, but it will be available for view as the first part of this stream. I think we're probably going to get a part 2. But I think he's got questions to ask. We kind of ended the last one on a cliffhanger. Do we run it back again? Polls open, chat. By the way, if you're not familiar, while we kind of walk over there, discord.gg/DocWizard, twitter.com, DocWizard_, if you are not following already. Appreciate y'all for showing up. I know this is probably the most I've streamed in like a year. Wait, it's only been the start of a year, so it's only been a month. Hey, gotcha. My brain isn't awake for part 2. I vote Sean. I don't even know if Sean's awake. This motherfucker is going to know that I'm here. What's he gonna do? Infect TJ? Damn, 88% of you voted yes? That's fucked up. That's fucked up, man. Ay, 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 ay. Are we just gonna stay here for a second? Make it awkward. Oh, that's awkward. Hello, Fiona. Where's that Shang? No, that's Ed. Ed and Fiona. Oh. Or just Fiona.
You may know what is in there, but do you understand?
Honestly, not quite. That is why I am taking a second.
It is CJ's journal. Dr.
Who
Smith.
am I? Dr. Smith.
This motherfucker's gonna call me out for being here.
From time to time. I try to check in with the keeper here.
The keeper. So,
Seen him or not?
no, fucker. He's gonna expose me right now. He's literally going to expose me.
You would be surprised.
Fucker!
Huh.
You're such a dick.
Does that mean he's here? DJ?
Why you gotta do this? Why?
Okay. Well, I gotta
Why?
go feed my cat.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
I'll be watching.
Oh, you fucker.
Watch me feed my cat. Toodles.
How rude of me.
Say hello. Quite a few visitors, it seems.
You know, there's a few of them that I'd rather have a private conversation with.
I'm afraid this is the wrong place for that.
Yeah, you took my seat.
Was it yours to begin with, or was it another's?
Squatter's role of ownership. All right? Technicalities.
Do you think your human laws apply?
Okay. No. Not one to quite refute that right now. So what is it, Dr. Smith? You want to talk or not? Finish your conversation? Why are you back here?
I've been here. Doesn't necessarily mean a conversation needs to be had. But you're wanting such.
Well, you see, the bird that just flew away isn't exactly the most fond of me. Last time I tried to tell someone something, it lit me on fire. Any idea why that would be?
I don't dabble in the affairs of that. Whatever it was surely something you may have done.
Warn people from making a deal, isn't that the same thing that you have tried to do? But that's why you're here, right? I don't see you being
There's
lit on
a
fire.
great difference between you and I. spirit that is lost and damned, or
Didn't mean to interrupt the meeting or anything. That was my bad.
no, you're fine, Mr. Freeman. I saw your note. I hope you are well.
Yeah, I'm alright. Always am, you know? As good as you can be. How are you feeling? Well, that thing you do, or?
Today has been a good day. So I suppose you could say I'm doing well.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Say, was that you who wrote all those words in the dirt earlier, or was that somebody else?
Mischief is afoot, it would seem.
Okay. Yeah, as I was writing your note, I heard some footsteps fall behind me, and I felt like something was there. Oh, there's an officer coming. I'm gonna go.
Stay safe.
Say, see anything, Doctor?
Nosy individuals across the way. Appear to be sleeping.
Where the fuck are they
Maybe
at?
have a little bit of a doctor's appointment, if you don't mind, or if you have the time.
I can be there shortly.
Was he your secretary now too? Makes appointments for you. Make sure your chart notes are in order.
I wouldn't say that. He is simply someone who cares.
Cares
He
for
wishes
what?
to see people happy. The joy he felt when the gentleman that I cured last night. He was very thankful.
Tell me about your cure.
What is there to ask or know?
The procedure.
I mean, he's a doctor. He's gotta have someone that can actually write something down that's
What'd you do?
legible.
A cure is a cure.
It isn't as simple as a bandage that you apply and it cures all wounds. Every injury is unique and different.
You're speaking to someone that used to be a cop. I've seen them all. I've been treated. I'm not asking for a blanket statement if you cured them or not. I'm asking for specifics.
You
Of
used to be
how?
a cop here in Los Santos.
Yes.
The #1 state for injuries to vests.
Yeah. How do you think that one worked out for me?
I had to endure watching every fool that arrived either at the pillbox or the others. Everyone crying for the attention. Everyone in a hurry to get in and out like a fast food restaurant. Over time, you learn that efficiency is key. Nobody has the patience.
But what was it? The nephritis of the kidney? Decide he's got 2 of them. You can only need 1.
The perforation of the lung.
Well, you can survive with a
Impossible.
partial lung. But you liquefy the other side to it?
No. Impossible for your average doctor to treat. They would more than likely try to suture the wound and result in further scarring. I approach it in a different manner. Precision, perfection, to repair the damaged cells.
Now, how do you do that?
Well, considering the entry wound, you have to first remove some of the dead or necrotic tissue. In doing so, you further expose the alive cells into the process.
You're transplanting a live cell.
A cell from the same organ. Human body has the ability to replicate. It just requires the efficient and sufficient energy and resources. Your evolution has led to some oddities here and there.
You're saying you use stem cell.
That is one of many different kinds.
Where do you get this from?
Everything needed to heal the human body is found within the human body. Have you not heard of Tibetan monks who go weeks, months, some even years without sustenance? They purify their body of all these processed meals, chemicals that have found their way into the ecosystem of your governments, food chains, and the likes.
You still haven't answered the question.
I told you. Everything needed to heal is within human body. No added preservatives needed.
Seems like you have just as much visitors as I do.
You'd be surprised. All the while, they look for the keeper.
Norman Bones. Yep, got that one. He refers to the host basically as the keeper, which is Norman, who keeps him to himself, right? That's what he is referring to.
Hello.
Hello.
Not interrupting, am I?
Not at all.
I just wanted to check something. You waiting for someone?
I suppose you could say that.
Okay. I won't
By
bother
all
you.
means, go about your business.
Okay.
Oh, Riggsy. Thank you for the reset, by the way. Thank you, thank you.
What's your name?
Dr. Smith.
Dr. Smith?
Hmm.
I used to be a doctor. I work at the hospital. I guess I'm technically a doctor, right? No, I don't.
I was going to ask. You said used to.
Yeah. I don't work there no more.
Oh boy.
I quit. No, bigger and better things.
Marlo's been getting involved with things.
Understandable, unfortunately.
You still practice? You still work there?
Marlo's
We
been
never
seeing the
saw you
lighthouse quite often.
I
actually.
don't work for.
He's
the
worried about
health
CJ
department here. I still practice.
and people getting
just private.
involved with CJ.
Okay, private practice. Yeah, I thought about going to private practice too. But
He's been in multiple times. I've
fair
talked to him a
enough,
few
fair
times.
enough. Well, my name's Marlo. Nice to meet you, doctor.
A pleasure to meet you as well. Take care.
Will do.
Bye, Marlo.
More and more are invested in your little book.
I think they're just curious. Haven't seen one like me before.
I would say that isn't entirely true.
Let me narrow that down a little bit further. There have been others, sure. Not like they have any connection to them. Some come here just to see an old friend. It's what they need. Sometimes the vision of an old friend is exactly what changes their day for them.
I am not
Just hearing my voice.
discouraging such human emotion or attachment. But maybe you can consider this from my perspective. I will try and explain it in as common term as I can. You see, people that grieve, or unwilling to let go. It lingers, it holds on to their heart, their soul. Every time they remember it, it inflicts that pain. Some people find it easier to forget, ignore, move on. But eventually it will get to the point where it will creep up. And like a breath of air taken in the winter, its sharp pain strikes. And they break. For
That's the
you
funny
to
part about
linger, you are a reminder, constant, in a form, delaying such pain. You may give them comfort, but in the end, it is a form of pain, torture.
Give them hope. You considered that? That someone as terrible as I am, or was, can still be something good.
Your spirit clings on to this realm. But that is not something that everyone will have the luxury of. So are you giving them true hope? Or just a false perception?
If you think that they come here for the purpose to think that they can be resurrected as a ghost or brought back to the plane of the living.
From my time of working in pillbox, I can assure you there are countless individuals on this island that would want exactly that. They don't want to give up. No one wants to give up. You can't have someone with such life and fire inside them just be snuffed out, dying to organ failure like a little whimper in the corner. Everyone wants to have their day in the sun. Hmm?
You say that. I don't think that's true at all. 'Cause where I was 45 minutes ago was having a conversation with someone that has given up. And wants to do nothing. The strongest person I know.
They want to live a peaceful life. Is that giving up? Or focusing their energy into what they, in present times, know they can control?
They come to accept when it's their time, whether or not someone else decides it for them. Like your keeper that you're here for.
That alone is a power that is greater than maybe hope would seem. Acceptance. Most try to deny it. Others try to change it. But once you accept it, You'll be at peace, I assure you.
That was a piece. I didn't care. I was numb to it all. I got drugged back up here. And it's forced me to care. Went through thinking I could just sit by and watch it happen. History repeats itself. Isn't that exactly what you do? Repeat the same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
And do people learn from history, or do they simply naively ignore it?
Well, who's to learn from history if you destroy it? Any record of it?
There are plenty of records. Some people brush them off as mere fantasy or myths and legends. You know, that is one of the cycles.
Because they can't speak to the person that experienced it. They can't ask questions.
And when the last person to have experienced it dies,
the lesson is lost. Why
and so
teach a
all
lesson
of
at
the
all?
texts and writings are left in the dust. Warnings ignored because of ignorance, naivete, selfishness.
Or people actually want to question what is in front of them and not just be told. But they need to accept.
Have I told you that you just need to accept?
No, but that's inferring that the lesson needs to just be accepted, because usually it's through experience. If it is told in front of them or written in a big book, they don't experience that. And then when it happens, when it's gone, you start the same cycle over and over and over again. You can read a book, but as you said, you need to experience it yesterday. People need to be taught it. It doesn't come from a textbook. If it did, you wouldn't exist. So I go back to you repeating the same cycle over and over again. Why?
By grand design. Did I not say that certain things don't apply equally? To apply one lesson with a wide brushstroke is doing yourself or others a disservice. Hmm?
No, not if you remove all life. Lessons could be frequent, they could be
think I want
many,
to
but it
remove
doesn't
life?
matter if it is the end of time. If nobody there exists to tell the story. I'm not saying book.
Sometimes I forget I'm talking with the spirit of a mortal. Your curious nature will let you try to make reason of everything, even when there is no reason to be given. Not one that I or even death could give.
You're lesser, right?
Greater than mortal kind.
But still lesser.
Lesser than the almighty.
Do you not question it? Ever? You just do what you're told.
Have you not read about the last of those who try to question the almighty?
It's an age-old question. Who watches the watchers? What if he, it, the Almighty, isn't true? And you're being played like a pawn like everyone else in his and your games.
And that is by design.
So you just go with the construct that is put in front of you and never ask questions. Did you ever feel?
You're trying to apply human feeling to this. I assure you, I don't have those human feelings when it comes to the existence of everything.
To the point where you can first remember. You're telling me that you never asked the question. That you just accepted everything put in front of you. Is that not the definition of black and white that you were warning me against yesterday? Just accept it as what it is.
There are
It
different
exists
levels
because someone told me.
of application. You forget. The day-to-day happenings and feelings and mental thoughts of your kind do not apply to me or my others. I do not dance the way that you all dance.
I'm trying to understand.
You can try, and I can only provide as much as you can comprehend. Unfortunately, as stated before, your mortal mind cannot. If I were to truly unlock the inner workings of the cosmos to you, you would turn from a spirit into a form of your spiritual bindings would eventually erupt in a very violent nature.
Do you mean my connections to people here? Or in general?
Oh, in general. I suppose a visual representation of such would be the atomic bomb. Yes. Violent, sudden, destructive, all contained within your fading existence.
Why are you worried about his keeper? Seems to me that you're afraid of it. You're sitting here watching, waiting for it.
I have full freedom of traversal, he confines himself, hiding away. Is it because death is trying to deal with things, or is it because Norman is afraid?
I think he's accepted that his time is coming to an end already. He even wrote it down. So why not
If he
naturally
were to
let it happen?
Truly be willing, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You would not even be here.
No, I wouldn't. He's the only reason that I'm still here.
Only reason?
The root cause analysis as to
Because
why.
of your anger, you do not want to let go.
Well, I'm happy to let go. I let go long ago.
Yet you linger. I doubt he told you that. At any point in time, you can pass. You don't need him to hold your hand. But he wouldn't tell you that. Why? Because he wants you to suffer. He wants your loved ones to suffer.
Is that you or him? You said he gets credited with the end, but you're credited with the suffering. So which one is it?
One thing you haven't considered. I am there from the moment you take your first breath.
No, he knows this already. Okay. He always exists. It's been a cycle. I get this.
You breathe in, and your life begins. I am everywhere that humanity, life, has reached.
We've been over that. That you've
Death.
existed for eternities, and the blink of an eye for me is eons for you.
Death waits for the right moment. When your string reaches its end, there is no surgically attaching more. But what Norman has done, that is unfair on your kind and a disaster for everyone. Ever wondered why there are 4 of us?
I do now. Why?
Tell me what your theory may be.
So you can tell me that my mortal brain does not comprehend the true nature of them.
But you can try. Yes.
So I can get another insult that I'm just dumb.
I have not called you dumb. I have stated a matter of fact that your kind are limited. But I would not go to the length of calling you dumb.
A roundabout way you have multiple times. So why don't you spare me this one and tell me? Will you do it, chat?
And not let you enjoy the process.
You mean the suffering? Is that suffering?
Not knowing is suffering?
At times, yes. It is. What happens when...
I have met individuals smart enough to say that their knowledge is like torture.
Oh, it is. I will never disagree with you on that. Because knowing and dealing with those that don't is sometimes the worst kind of suffering that anyone could ever have. So, is that not the same thing that you're inferring with that?
I do enjoy the act of a little one trying to piece it together.
Because you love to see, once again, them suffer.
You are very bleak in your outlook. Take a step back.
I'm sorry, I've been presented
I
with
have
all the
been
information
there
that is what
since
you are.
Your
You said it.
incarnation. I have been by your side since day one. Most refuse to acknowledge such. Most try to pin it as a negative and only that suffering is all. Take a step back.
The guiding hand that teaches us yes and no, right and wrong. The one that teaches the lessons that we're supposed to learn that could have been taught by others. Because
You place your hand above an open flame. You learn quickly not to do it again.
yet that's exactly what happens here. You can tell people so many times not to go deal with his keeper, but they do it. Time and time again. So are you teaching the right lesson or the wrong one?
A matter of perspective.
Each is individual. So you're going to tell me why the Four Horsemen still exist? Because last night you said they get called upon like the angels to start the process. Like a farmer growing a crop. The end of it, they harvest. They never plant in the same. Because if they plant the same things, it will never be fertile again. They rotate each time.
just like the seasons. Why do you think that there is, in regards to the Almighty, only 3 names? I say only, depends on your belief. The common occurrence of the Trinity.
I'm still on the last question. Let's go back to that before we go
It
to the
answers
Holy
that,
Trinity.
I assure you.
Don't I have to understand the first to get to the second?
It may give you an understanding, somewhat.
So why is it? The balance is life cannot exist infinitely, that there must always be a death. But in death, they have to learn the lessons along the way to get there. What else am I missing? You said there's 10 billion souls, right? World can't sustain that.
You take one of the horsemen. They go on their journey, tirade. So much so that the others need to realign. If there were only 3, two would ensure their personal perspectives came out on top. With 4, there is a balance. Insurance that all remains as intended.
So you keep equally each one in check. Balance yourselves.
Necessary.
So how am I to know that when you say you want to remove the illness that is affecting your equal, that is not a power check to yourself and somebody else is going to check you on it? That you don't want more. And you're going to get your hand slapped because it went too close to the fire by the others.
No. We're going to have company. Our time is limited to have such conversation.
Who was it this time?
Unwanted. Not any of mine.
Are they mine?
Curiosity.
He didn't like that. He didn't like that. Why haven't you removed it from him yet? Because you can't.
It's not as simple. Performing surgery on the mortal is rather basic. Try and apply that to him.
And if he is removed, you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
I've done that quite often.
An odd occurrence. These curious individuals are. It doesn't matter. Sorry. Continue.
You did that yesterday too. You did it again today.
Whilst I am here, there are other things I have been attentive to.
I want to go back to that. Why should I trust you removing Norman? Why is that the right thing to do?
Would you trust someone who is hungry and thirsty for war to do such?
I don't know who to trust to do that. It
Would
seems to me like you
rather have a famine applied to everything in order for that balance to be applied.
or his sickness.
Then who better to take care of a sickness?
Than a doctor.
Precisely.
Yeah. They always said you need to create before you... Well, you need to solve before you create. Other way around, isn't it? Create the solutions to the problem you don't have yet. And only you can have it. Why is any of them any better? If you're not all equal, why does it even need to exist to begin with? Is this not a power play between you and your equals? Are you losing yourself?
Are you not aware of the company running around? Little rat.
I don't care about them.
You should. they had their way, they would prevent anyone and everyone from coming around here. Two can play at that game.
It's not trying to play at the game. It's protecting.
Sometimes you have to know when to nudge, and other times when to observe.
Well, you called me out on that one last time, didn't you?
When a friend comes to say hello, then why did you say hello to the gentleman and not the lady?
No particular reason. There is a reason, chat. Because of Ed and Fiona.
I have observed the law department of this island for years. Their decisions are rather questionable.
Enough that I took down their government. You can say that. It's pretty easy, actually.
A word I like is incompetent.
Oh, I think you and I can agree on that. Who's the one with the bag? One of your friends?
Well, you meaning in terms of the individual from earlier?
Oh, I know.
I
who
can
that is.
assure you,
This
on
one.
here now are friends.
You don't want to put on a show? Show what you can do.
Are you trying to
Goad you?
An attempt was made.
Fucker.
But not like death.
I want to see if he's actually going to do something about it.
But I assure you, right now, for your sake, it is more in your interest that nothing were to happen to these individuals.
Do you think I can rely on them?
You could rely on them.
No, of course I can. He's playing nice. Hmm. Hmm. Keyword is playing. He's probably not on. Nah, he probably is.
Makes you wonder what Norman would say to them if he were here. Hmm?
Seems like they're going to be joining us momentarily. On the porch. Looks to me they're looking for something. Not something. A reason.
And if I were to tell you all of this stemmed from their hospital, what would you say? Hmm?
They're looking for you.
I haven't been to their hospital. I'm not sure why they would try to look.
And what happened there?
A range of possible things.
Not the lighthouse. Not here. That's specific.
You know more than anyone how easily convinced people can be. They get hung up on a particular idea. And all of a sudden, everything applies. There are people who have heard about the lighthouse, yet stay away.
No, but if it comes from a hospital and it is not natural, they're going to associate it here. So what did you do?
A scapegoat for the unexplainable.
Or entirely explainable. I'm speaking with him. What did you do?
It appears to be the curiosity of others that led to them trying to dissect into something.
Or just like the mortal mind. Understand. Something entered that hospital. That was not.
I can assure you I have not entered that hospital.
No. Somebody that led them here. Was that you're doing?
Hard to say. When you're everywhere and anywhere, you could apply such blame to any of us.
The hospital is pretty specific.
You get into a fight, where do you go? You eat food that has gone off, where do you go? You find yourself in war. You get injured, where do you go? You're about to die, where do they take you? All four of us can apply. I would advise you take a step back and don't be so accusatory of me. You're presenting a form of bias that is unbefitting of you.
You know, each time that I think that I get close to getting an answer from you, you tell me to step back.
That is an answer. An answer of understanding. You can't see the world if your view is confined to a box.
But each time I try to clarify what that box is, or what it holds, you won't tell it to me.
It's just a tree. Come on.
Our responsibilities.
I'm just to accept that.
If there was a way for you to converse with the Almighty, I'm sure he would have a easier way of explaining for you to comprehend.
There you go again. Doing that.
I sent them off with a little gift.
was that?
I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. Hmm?
You think I can change it? Can't.
A simple nudge in the right direction.
Whose direction?
Away from here.
Your direction.
Not entirely. Generally away from here. Away from us.
How are you going to remove Norman? How am I not going to know that when you do, it's not going to get worse?
In removing Norman, I am returning death to a point of which he can realign.
What if someone else takes him? It is worse than him.
I assure you that no mortal kind will retake death.
It's happened before.
It won't again. We've seen how it has panned out, and both Death and I have had very different experiences. I told you I managed to overcome it. But that took a lot of energy. One of the reasons I have been here, but you have not seen me.
And why you keep doing that with your hand?
As I have told you, I am here and elsewhere.
Let's see. And how do you determine what you're doing elsewhere? How do you determine someone needs that
How?
lesson?
I say this with no disrespect intended,
No, I'm searching.
but that is a very short-sighted approach to such as ourselves.
He is about to tell me his dumb again.
You're very familiar with the here and now, your present moment and position. To try and explain.
But you were down there, watching your keeper. Were you confined there?
Am I confined there?
Were you?
Were I? No. You're potentially confusing the individual Isaac as being confined in there.
No. You, Pestilence. I know he's there. I've seen it. I've seen him. Seen the ring he used to wear. And 3 other skulls. Amongst graveyards and everything else. Yeah, I've been there. Were you not confined there? Where were you?
I was here.
What happened to you after you were freed? Just existed again?
It took a great amount of energy to break the ties of Isaac. Some would equate it to a recoiling into one's domain to revitalize. I can say the same when that day arises, when Norman is gone. Death will also recoil into his domain.
Doesn't that form the 3 until he's full? Allowing 2?
He won't have a presence like he has now to cause and disrupt. And that is where he will be safe.
Are you determining for him where he's safe?
He has already determined that.
He or Norman?
Death.
You have no influence on that.
As he has no influence on where I call my domain.
But it seems like people enter his frequently. Part of the job, right?
When it is a one-way ticket, yes. But disruptions have occurred. The barrier is breaking. And when that happens, what I told you about your potential of an atomic bomb, well, that is even more sudden. Damaging.
So what you're saying is I should not bring anyone there.
If you do, I would imagine it would be wise to leave them. The more you take and bring, more harm awaits.
Where are the others? War and famine.
Not a lot of conversations have had fruitfulness to them with those. I mean, look at the world around you. Violence, war. The world is in a perpetual state of such, and I think you can piece that one together.
The world itself is inherently negative. That's why the 7 deadly sins were established. That's why they were outlawed to begin with. Even nature itself lends good natural war. Does it not?
There have been many entities who have claimed rightful ownership of war. There were times when warriors would sacrifice themselves in battle under the name of war, pledging themselves to the deity that took responsibility.
That's a lot to unpack on that one. Huh. I don't know if I want to touch that one too much. So are you saying that it can be more than one? That it can be many? Many is the sum of one?
The names and forms have evolved. Cycles.
They're all part of it.
They skulk around amid the smoke-choked ruins of war. Whilst famine gnaws hungrily at the mouths and stomachs of the weak and hungry. Each biding their time.
Say it takes a great deal of energy. To remove him from it. Why don't the other two help you? And why do you only want to do it? Oh. Oh. Who's whistling?
I am the doctor. When I am sick, they take care of me. When they are sick, I take care of them.
Is that sickness not perceived? It sounds to me that there was a war that happened between Norman and Death. It's his most famous line. He loves to tell people. It's a validation of who he is. When death came for me, I came for it. That isn't a sickness. That's a war.
Naive and selfish to the end. You're familiar with who Norman Bones was before.
The lawyer.
His
Serial killer. Yeah.
Some could argue he had a sickness of the mind. Hunger or chaos in the form of physical violence akin to war. You could also look at him as a being of hunger, constantly searching to indulge in the pain of others. Hunger he could not suffice.
So it does take all three, technically. One to remove that hunger. One to cure the illness of the mind. And one to stop the eternal war.
If only it was so easy.
Oh, I'm not saying that's easy.
We haven't even approached the conversation of the battle of above and below.
Would you like to inform me?
As cruel as it is, I cannot give
'Cause my mortal mind can't comprehend.
spoilers.
Seems you like movies, huh? Ever read or watch the last?
Life is one big movie. Just life imitates art. Art imitates life. Paintings from the past depicting scenes of biblical nature or otherwise. A lot of individuals over time have come to shrug them off. The delusions of an artist on mushrooms.
Yo, did he just say everyone gets high on LSD? It's shrooms? It gets fucked up. Like, hello? Why is your pet here?
That is rather rude of you.
Well, it seems like he hasn't left and he keeps coming back. You see, he's been here multiple times today. I've observed it. Would you like to speak with him? I can let you be.
Could take a moment and check in on him.
Yo, now I know what it feels like when other people are cryptic as shit. Or I'm cryptic to them. Karma? Fuck you guys. This fucking karma. Ay, 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 ay. That's what you get for fighting Andy. Alright, to be fair, the argument that Andy says that the journal is old is about as good as the argument to say that she knows what Norman is doing then. I know I know you think that TJ is an idiot for asking these. But believe me when I say that I could make this so much worse for a lot of these. But I do understand when to stop pushing at times with Andy. Is TJ trying to get Pesta to go after Norman? No. He wants to understand, as Andy put it, what would replace him. And he's trying to find the answers around that, but it is not working. Pesta wants to go after Norman by his own self. I mean, TJ's now taking a little bit more of a consideration around it from his talk with Andy. And that's why the questions are coming today more than they were yesterday. The very pointed ones. It's like your first date. The first one that you go out with someone, you feel them out for a second, see if there's like any red flags. And then the second one, you start asking specifics. And the specifics started happening after I had the conversation with Andy. PJ, rather, not me. And to even get to that point, TJ needs to challenge Andy. TJ needs Andy to call him a fucking idiot. For TJ to understand that there are catastrophic ends to this and that he needs to actually consider them. That's why he's asking the questions that he is. Because TJ knows he needs to push those things. Because if you don't rile Andy up about it, she's not going to care. When you get Andy to care, that's when you start getting the questions you need to ask. So while TJ likely frustrated the hell out of her today, it was to find where she was passionate about it. I think TJ's concern with this, as he brings up the Holy Trinity. He says that there's 4 of them to equal the balance. Well, what happens if there's 2 of them? What happens if there's 8 of them? Why is it 4? Because 2 and 2. Because if you take the balance and put 2 on one side and 1 on the other, it's not balanced. Who's to say they're not removing one of them to make it a 2-on-1? There's a lot to unpack with it. Yeah. Too bad TJ's mortal brain can't comprehend it. I would love to have a Norman in Pestilence and TJ talk, but I don't think that will ever happen. 'Cause God, I would love to see the fireworks that happen on that side. To be a fly on the wall in the conversation that would happen there, because I think that's truly when I'd find the intents of both. Because I can only trust so much of one side to it without questioning. Oh, I know they hate each other. But does Death hate Pestilence? Norman hates Pestilence. None of this makes sense. Maybe it doesn't have to. Maybe it's just accepting it. And DJ should just walk away. It seems like it's a natural occurring phenomenon of the care of itself. And it seems like he doesn't have a role to play with them. As per Andy, apparently he's not even eligible. So should he just walk away? Take back my seat, motherfucker. TJ won't walk away from anything. Yeah, it's to a fault. I know. I'm still debating that. It's like, what would TJ the character do with this? TJ needs to listen to Andy. I don't think anyone has the right answer. It depends who you talk to, the answer changes pretty frequently. And somewhere in there, maybe there is a truth. Maybe Andy was right to stay away from it. I think she's also wrong to ignore it. Because she knows more than anybody else how easily you can be drug in and someone around you has a deal with it. Is she right? Is she wrong? Is it ignorance is bliss, or is it acceptance of when it comes, it comes? I don't know. I can't tell you. For some, the answer is right to them. For others, the answer is right to those. TJ is famine because he died during the food court legislation meeting. That's funny. Oh shit. I don't have any more food. Oh no. This food's gone. Rip. Unlucky. I don't know if Z's on to even get it. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. That is something, isn't it? I mean, I guess weirder ones have been proposed at some point, right? Good point to end. I don't know. We're chilling. I'm thinking through my thoughts. I know. It's like, what's the positive? What's the upside? What's the downside? You break it down. Because my mortal mind can only break it down in certain ways, by the way. Motherfucker. It's just not that easy, is it? So DJ doesn't want to become Norman. Like that's not the goal. Hello, Airzy. Thank you. The sign. Keep going. Yeah, TJ's thought as to he doesn't want to become Norman. Like, that's not fair basically to the world, right? That's not what it is. He'd rather remove Norman for the equation. But how can I trust Pestilence to say it will never happen again? And if he could remove it, why hasn't he? And why haven't the others? Because Norman has existed for some time. And why now? That's what he's trying to get at, is to understand the reason behind it. Maybe he just doesn't need to know. Maybe we do end there. I don't know. Let's see if he's still talking to him. Like, it was always hard for TJ to accept when Colin would call him an idiot for making the deal, when Colin himself made the deal first. Right? It was always difficult for TJ to accept that. He never, ever, ever, ever wanted to continue that conversation with him. I get it with Andy. I do. But a deal's still a deal. And she made one. You boil it down. Because she had to. Yeah, appreciate y'all. Thank you all for coming on over today. If you like, join part of the Discord. Thank you for the gift subs, new subs, resubs, follows as well. I don't know. I don't know where to go with things right now. Or maybe we don't go anywhere. Or maybe we go into nothingness. If only there was someone that could actually speak on Hope's side of things. Because all he's getting is one side.